Can I have members of council to please come to the council chambers?
He asked about the
If I can have members of council please come to the council chambers?
Okay, we're ready.
Okay, we have quorum. This meeting is now resumed. Before the recess, council was considering the mayor's first key item, which is EX 33.1. Before we return to that item, I will take the release of member holds. Are there any releases? Councillor Matlow.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am racing to find the page.
Which committee was it?
It was the licensing and standards, the noise bylaw item. I'm just trying to find the number. Do you have it handy?
Page 6.
Page 6?
Page 6, OS 24.1.
That's it.
Okay, you're releasing?
I am.
Okay, great, thanks. Page 6, OS 24.1, Councillor Matlow's releasing. All in favor? Recorded. That's on page 6, OS 24.1, Licensing and Standards Committee.
Councillor DeGiorgio, please. Councillor Perks. Members, we opened the voting panel late. Maybe you haven't pressed your button. Would you mind double checking?
Councillor Cressy, please. Councillor Phelan, please. Councillor Cole, please. Councillor Crisanti.
Councillor Wong-Tam, when you're seated, please.
Councillor Troisi.
The item is adopted 28 to 1.
Councillor Shan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On page 7, LS 24.5, Graffiti Management Plan, Street Art Toronto 2018 Partnership Program Recommendations. I'm prepared to release that right now.
On what page? I'm sorry.
Page 7.
Page 7.
LS 24.5. I'll continue to hold it then.
Councillor DiCiano.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Page 9, we accidentally approved an item this morning that I need to reopen. So EY 29.51, I've got a motion that in accordance with the provisions of Chapter 27, Council Procedures, City Council reconsider item EY 29.51. I've got to introduce a, sorry? I've learned from the best.
Okay, so you want the item to be reopened.
That's correct, Madam Speaker.
Page 9, EY 2951.
Correct.
On favor? Recorded vote. It's traffic control signals. Yes, this is on the vote to reopen. We're reopening an item, yeah.
Councillor Fletcher, please.
Councillor Thompson, please. Councillor Wong Tam.
Councillor DiCiano, please. Councillor Fletcher, please.
Councillor Fletcher, please.
The motion to reconsider carries unanimously, 32 in favor.
Okay, sorry, Councillor.
Oh, yeah, if it's ready, I've got a motion to put up on the screen on that item.
If it's a technical amendment, we can do it now?
Yep, it's on the screen.
Okay, it's on
City
the
Council amend Etobicoke York Community Council Recommendation 1 by deleting the words May 2018 and replacing them with the words April 24th, 2018, so that the recommendation now reads as follows. City Council approve the installation of temporary traffic control signals at Auckland Road and Subway Crescent to be in effect from April 24th, 2018 to December 2019. We've got lots of construction happening there. It's the perfect storm, and we've worked with staff to bring a resolution for pedestrian safety reasons.
Okay, so the amendment is on the screen. All in favor of the amendment? Recorded vote.
Councillor Perks, please. Councillor Lee. Councillor Shan. Thank you.
Councillor Fletcher, please.
We got him. He came in late.
Oh, okay. The amendment carries 32 to 1.
Okay, item is amended. On favor? Carried. Councillor Troisi?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Page 14, I can release CC 39.12, 31 Parliament Street Local Planning Appeal Tribunal, now that the report has been circulated.
Okay, on page 14, CC 39.12, the report has been circulated. Recorded vote.
Councillor DiGiorgio, please. Councillor Wong Tam.
The item is adopted unanimously, 34 in favor.
Councillor Fragadakis?
Yes, Madam Speaker, on page 12, TE 31.31, it's an application to remove a private tree, 164 Westwood Avenue. I don't know if staff have it ready. Yes? It's to refer it back to Toronto and East York Community Council. I ask for this indulgence. The applicant advised me that they did not receive appropriate notice and wanted to speak to council, and I explained to them that they had to come to community council, so they've asked for the opportunity to speak. So if you could support this, this would be great. And if I could have a recorded vote.
Okay, on page 12, T 31.31, there's a referral motion on the screen. Recorded vote.
Councillor Wong Tam, please.
Councillor Burnside, please. Councillor Crisanti.
Councillor Lee.
The motion to refer back carries unanimously, 34 in favor.
Councillor Mihevc.
Yes, there are two items that I held on page 12 that are really Councillor Fragedakis', so I'd like to pass them over to her.
Okay, Councillor Fragedakis?
Yes, so,
Just one moment, okay? On page 12.
yes, TE 31.19, inclusion of the City of Toronto's, on the City of Toronto's Heritage Register, a number of properties on Broadview Avenue. I just wanted a recorded vote.
Okay, on page 12, T 31.19, recorded vote.
Councillor Perks, please. Councillor Layton, when you're seated, please.
Councillor Palacio, please. Thank you.
The item carries unanimously, 35 in favor.
Councillor Fragedakis?
Yes, again on page 12, TE 31.20, intention to designate under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act, 1132 Broadview Avenue. I also wanted a recorded vote on this.
Recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor McMahon. Councillor Wong-Tam, please.
Councillor Mihevc, please.
The item is adopted unanimously, 36 in favor.
Thank you. Now, this morning, we did discuss on page 14, CC 39.10. There were questions asked to the city manager and to our solicitor as far as the confidential information being made public, and as well as Councillor Mammoliti asked for costing. So I'm going to pass it on to the city solicitor now to comment on the item.
I'll comment first on the cost. Now, first of all, the investigator was retained by the parking authority rather than by the city. So the parking authority has paid the fees. To date, $370,000 have been paid and or have been invoiced. Because we're not doing the payments, I can't comment on the processing of that. $310,000 of that is fees. The rest is disbursements and HST. We expect one final invoice, and the board has approved up to $450,000, so it would not be more than that. Now I'm going to comment on the confidentiality of the material. As you know, the open meeting rule is permissive. So council always has the discretion to debate matters in public. As staff, when we submit materials, we used our best judgment as to which items we would recommend be debated in closed session. This material was submitted on purple paper because we recommend that it be kept confidential. And the primary reason for that is potential litigation. Over the lunch break, we did look at redacting portions because that came up this morning in the discussion. The city clerk staff and legal staff went through the documents, And it's our view that if we redacted everything that would be sensitive, keeping in mind the reason for the purple paper, the document would effectively be meaningless. Also, I should explain that that exercise would be a time-consuming one because it would require us to compare the content against what is already public. Now, I will come back, though, to what I said a moment ago and remind you that it is council's discretion, but that is my best advice.
Okay, so that's the comment from the solicitor. Councillor Mammoliti, question to the solicitor?
Yeah, I just,
Yeah, I don't think you can do questions.
Pardon? No, I understand. But Councillor Mammoliti, you want to ask questions on more of what the solicitor has said?
just in terms of the cost?
He's just asking a question on the cost. Councillor Mammoliti, the solicitor has given you the cost.
Yeah, but the potential 450 was up in the air. So what the solicitor said is we've already spent
Okay, so when we get to
every time they stand up, you seem to listen to the left.
No, Councillor Mammoliti, I'm just trying to follow the rules.
I know, but you did recognize me.
No, I did
and
recognize you.
then after Councillor Perks stands up, you take his side. Like
No, he has a point of order.
Yeah.
I don't understand it.
Yeah.
It's either you recognize me or you haven't, right? I don't mean to be rude, but you did recognize me, right?
Councillor Mammoliti, just let me clarify. The city solicitor has commented on the request and the ruling that we made this morning. So right now, she's given us this information. So
Yeah,
when we get to the item,
Well,
when we get to the item, if you have any specific questions, that would be at that time.
Well, my question is with releasing private information, right?
But please, Councillor Davis, stop screaming.
She's in the back screaming at me.
She's in the washroom and she's screaming at me.
Like,
All right.
Okay, Councillor Mammoliti, when we get to the item, you can ask those questions,
but
okay?
I'd like to try to make the cost issue public.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm standing up right now. I'd like to know whether or not I can move a motion to allow for the cost, at least the cost of this equation to become public.
Okay, Councillor Mammoliti, when we get to the item,
No, it didn't,
please.
because it's not.
Okay, Councillor Mammoliti.
We are in public.
Speaker on a point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Perks.
Thank you, Speaker. You have ruled, by my count, more than 7 times that Councillor Mammoliti, his relief is to ask questions when we get to the item. Yet he continues to stand up and interfere with our right to an efficient meeting. So I ask you, please do not recognize him any further, and if he continues to persist in this, to caution him under the procedural bylaw.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we're not at the item, Councillor Fillion?
No.
Okay, point of order, Councillor Fillion?
Ordered, I promised not to yell.
Okay.
Perhaps I misunderstood, but I thought earlier on, I can't remember who said it, whether it was the clerk or someone said that perhaps we could, as a separate item, determine whether we want this item to be in public or in private, and if that's the case, for the reasons that I think the mayor gave earlier, so that it's a very long document, so that if we did decide for it to go public so that it could be distributed, I'm wondering if we should make that determination now, and I'm also wondering if we would need to go in camera to make that determination.
No, Joe. My microphone's still on, Speaker.
Oh, sorry,
So
Councillor Perks.
what I'm not clear on is whether this could be legitimately a separate agenda
Okay,
item, whether or not the item become public, and if so, if maybe we should do that now.
Okay. Okay, hold on. Okay, Councillor Fillion, if you want at this point to move that motion, you can move that motion at this time to make it public. No, I'm getting advice from the clerk. Sorry, let me put your mic on.
I think it will assist us with the meeting, even though it seems like it's delaying us from getting started. I would move that we go in camera to consider, so that I move that we determine whether or not we wish to release the information and that we go in camera for in-camera questions of the solicitor to assist us in making that determination.
I don't think it's necessary, Councillor Fillion, to go in camera.
Well,
on the procedure motion.
But I would need to go in camera for the questions I have.
Well, we're not at the item then. We're not at the item. Then we have to hold the item down till we get, it was a timed item, and if you have questions.
Go in camera to ask questions.
No, Councillor Fillion, you have to wait to the item then.
No, just to clarify, I would need to ask questions about whether or not it should be in camera. My questions related to that, I would need to go in camera for.
Okay, you want to move a procedure motion?
I want to move the motion. This should not be in camera. It should be out there for everybody to see, including the costs, and I'd like the costs as well to be moved into public.
Okay.
That's my motion.
Speaker, I'm trying to be helpful, not trying to be difficult, that I would ask that we move in camera to be able to ask questions that would help us.
No, Councillor Fillion, then when we get to the item, we can go in camera and ask questions. Right now, there's a motion by Councillor Mammoliti for a procedure motion.
I don't know how to vote on that without asking some questions of the solicitor, in fairness, Madam Speaker.
Yeah, procedure motion. Councillor Mammoliti has the right to move that motion.
Well, but do I not have the right to ask questions of the solicitor?
When we get to the item, Councillor Fillion.
Something's not right here.
Can we put the motion on the screen?
Well, but I think it should be public.
Oh, your mic is on.
I'm getting the advice from the clerk, and the clerk is telling me that it's in order, Councillor Mammoliti's motion, a procedure motion. If we want to ask questions, when we get to the item, which is scheduled for tomorrow, and we want to go and that's when we ask the questions. Right now, there's just a procedure motion on the table. Including the cost. Okay, just one sec. I know, but Councillor Mammoliti wants it in writing. Mayor Tory.
Well, I really am trying to be helpful, as I think others, and I would say I'm at the other end of the spectrum from Councillor Perks in terms of expertise on the procedural bylaw, but here's the conundrum that I think Councillor Fillion was asking about, and certainly concerns me. If you had to vote up or down now on the motion to go public, there are people who, I think Councillor Fillion was suggesting, and others who might want to ask questions about the going public versus not going public of the solicitor that they feel they can't ask because the answers can't be given in order to help you decide how to vote on his motion. So if somebody could help clarify, if that's the problem and if you can't make up your mind, then I guess you vote against it.
Okay, I'm going to get...
But you vote against it, and do we have the option of going in camera at the appointed time and then having the questions asked at that time, and if the questions lead to a conclusion by the council, we should go public, we can go out of camera and consider the matter. Is that how it's done? We do it at the time when the matter is considered.
Yes,
so then, I don't know why that's not what we're doing. That's just me without not knowing how you get there. I know where we need to go, I just don't know how we get there.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I'm trying to get the advice from the, okay. Can I have the clerk, please, can I have the clerk comment to Mayor? I need the clerk to comment because I'm getting mixed advice here, and I'm very confused right now. So if I can have the clerk comment, please.
My understanding of where we started this conversation was that Councillor Fillion and Councillor Mammoliti wanted to make motions on whether to release the confidential information and make the matter public. That is a procedural motion. That is subject to debate. The debate now appears to require an in-camera portion of the meeting. So council would have to decide, and it really can't because we're in the middle of a key matter, when it wishes to debate that issue of whether to make the material public.
Okay, so that's the... Oh, hold on. Yes, hold on, Councillor Pruitt. Councillor Fillion was first and Mammoliti. Councillor Fillion?
I would suggest that I would like to make a motion to defer consideration of Councillor Mammoliti's motion until we've had the opportunity to go in camera when considering the item first thing tomorrow morning.
Yeah, well, I think the motion was after member's motion. Thank you, Councillor Fillion. Now, Councillor Mammoliti has a point of order.
I moved the motion. You allowed the motion to stand. We were about to vote on it. I prefer to vote on that particular motion, and if those of you wish to vote against it, that's fine. I just feel I need this at this particular time voted on, and I'd like to call for a recorded vote as well on the matter. In my opinion, there's absolutely no way that this should be withheld from the public. If you recall, the original report that came forward was an in-camera report, and the council voted to move that into public. Much of what was there is in this document. There's no reason why this should be in camera. I'd like to vote, Madam Chair, you allowed the vote to be moved. I'd like us to vote on it. I'm going to vote in favor of it, and I hope everybody else does too.
Councillor Pruitt, do you have a point of order? No? Okay.
Yeah, yes, all I was going to say, Speaker, is here's what you did, right? And I don't profess to know the rules as well as some of you others. You were asked this morning by Councillor Mammoliti to make that something in our documentation should be public. You reserved your decision, and you said that you would come back later and provide that decision. But here's where I think the process failed. So you asked the city solicitors to say, what do you think about that? She provided a very short opinion on the fact that we can actually make anything we want public. They just put it on purple paper because that's their best advice. What you didn't conclude in that position, Speaker, was to say, this is our position at this time, and then when we get to the matter, Councillor Mammoliti is well within his rights to place the motion to make it public, right? And then we'd be moving on. We are stuck in this quandary now because you failed to add that sentence to the opinion provided by the solicitor.
Thank you. So, what my ruling is going to be now, because there's so many... Oh, Councillor Shiner, do you have a point of order?
We have a motion, don't we, from my colleague?
Yes.
So if there's a motion, then you can have a speaker to the motion.
That's right. So now that's right. You've deviated from the agenda.
Sorry, Councillor Pruitt, I said nothing while you were, please. I'm asking the speaker. We have a motion that you might be calling a vote on. If we do, then I'm allowed to speak to that.
But, okay, I just want to remind members of council is that we were debating the mayor's key item. We have two items, the mayor's key item, and we have to continue with those items. If we're going to debate this item, then what I would suggest, my ruling would be that we go in camera at the appropriate time when this item was timed, and we can ask questions and move motions at that time and hold the item down. That's my ruling, because we're in the middle of the mayor's key item, and that's what we have to continue on. No, yes, and that will be allowed at the appropriate time. Okay? That's my ruling.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to
challenge the chair because I think there's a legal matter here.
Okay, there's a challenge to the chair, recorded vote.
Are you being challenged? Shall the chair be...
Councillor Mamalidi is challenging the chair.
Because you allowed my motion.
Shall the chair be upheld? Well, your motion will come forward at appropriate time.
You allowed the motion. That's what I'm challenging. That's what I'm challenging. You allowed the motion.
Councillor McMahon, please.
Councillor Crisanti, Councillor Holland, Councillor Palacio,
The motion,
please.
we're voting on upholding the decision of the chair.
Councillor Shiner, please.
Madam Chair, I'll withdraw I'll withdraw.
Councillor Crisanti, please. Councillor Holland, Councillor Palacio.
We're in the middle of a vote.
Councillor Crisanti and Councillor Palacio, please.
The chair is upheld 35 to 1.
Okay. We'll continue on page 3, EX 33.1 for speakers. So can I list of, we're done with questions, we're at speakers. So if we have any speakers, put your name up, request to speak. Councillor Perks to speak.
Thank you very much, Speaker. With a complex problem like this, trying to figure out the city's transit future, our relationship with the province, how we pay for infrastructure, it often gets easy to get lost. So we develop shorthands. We chunk things off. We call a project by a project name. We refer to the financing by a financing name. And I think in the process of doing all of that, we've kind of lost our path. And I'd like to take a moment to do my best to clarify what we're actually deciding and then whether or not it's a good decision. Some of the problem with the debate comes that we're conflating two different things. A thing called Smart Track, which was 22 stations that would operate, and this is how it was promoted at the time, as a surface subway to relieve the congestion on our existing transit network. That's what the thing called Smart Track was. That's nothing like what is being proposed here today. What is being proposed here today is that $1.5 billion be spent to add GO stations on existing GO lines against the future of them electrifying them and providing more frequent service. They're not similar in any way, those two things, and they solve different problems. If you'll recall, when we had our very first debate at this council, I think it was our first full meeting, we had a discussion about Smart Track, and I said at that time, I fully and completely endorse the idea of having enhanced regional rail. And I think that we have an opportunity for many of the stations that exist, and for at least two of the stations that exist now and are not built out fully, and one new station, to tie into that regional system. And I think that's a good idea. The question is whether municipal governments should be paying to build GO stations for regional and interregional transit. No other region does this. York Region doesn't build GO stations. Peel doesn't build GO stations. Durham doesn't build GO stations. Nobody builds GO stations. Here we are being asked to spend scarce money for public transit within the City of Toronto to build GO stations. That's the first thing we have to get clear in our head. The second thing we have to get clear in our head is how they're being paid for. The premise that has been discussed is that somehow there's a new way of paying for them that doesn't cost taxpayers money. We'll use development charges. Well, we always use development charges to build infrastructure. There's nothing different here. Or these things called TIFs. Now, if you heard the answer Mr. Farag gave to my question, you will know that the province of Ontario never made it legal to create a TIF. There is no TIF. What we are doing is using money that we raise through property taxes and other taxes to pay for debt that we issue. Now, staff will say some of that will be offset because when you build new infrastructure, the city grows and you get new revenue. And that's true. But you know what? It's true of every single thing we do. Any transit investment we make generates new growth in the city. So there is no new funding mechanism here. We're being asked to pay for this exactly the way we pay for everything else, but we're being asked to do something that no other municipality does, which is to take our scarce transit dollars and some scarce federal transit dollars that are allocated to the City of Toronto to build transit, to build GO stations. And the question we have to ask is, if you had $1.5 billion, would building 6 GO stations be the best investment you can make to improve transit in the City of Toronto? And no one has ever put a document in front of this council saying whether doing this or buying more streetcars or expanding the subway somewhere else or running more frequent bus service or extending the Eglinton line or getting the Finch LRT built faster or extending the Shepherd Finch or building the waterfront light rail system. No one has ever told us whether we get more riders for that $1.5 billion doing one of those things than doing this. So don't get lost in the name, SmartTrack. It doesn't mean anything. TIF, it doesn't mean anything. Ask yourself, is this a good transit investment? The answer to me is, compared to other options that we should be considering, no.
Thank you. Councillor Campbell.
So I will say that, Councillor Perks asked, is it a good transit investment? I will say it's a good transit initiative, but I don't know if it's a good transit investment because I don't really, all I know is that our investment ends at about $1.3 billion. It's not $1.5 billion, it's about $1.2 billion. And what I'm very uncomfortable with is, as we discussed earlier, is the cost of these stations. I can't for the life of me figure out why a station would cost $200 million. People walk up, yes, we're going to need elevators. Most of this stuff will be at grade. There's $248 or $268 million in here for city infrastructure, changes that need to be made to accommodate these stations. But these aren't subway stations. These are above-ground stations where we perhaps have to provide some provision for people to keep out of the rain and out of the snow and maybe keep warm, although I don't know why we would have to do that. And so staff has given us some reassurance that it's capped at $1.19 billion. And it's true. Is this the best way to spend that kind of money? I think the SmartTrack initiative, or Go RER Urban as you might want to call it, I think it's a great initiative. We can't keep dithering as a council about whether or not we need to move people more quickly and more frequently in Toronto. So the mayor's campaign message from the last election, and I think it still rings true today. We need to move people. We need to act. What I'm not comfortable with as a councillor and as somebody that sits on the budget committee is sort of the vague references to expenditures that we're being asked to approve. And I understand why we're not seeing it, because the procurements haven't gone out for the procurements and the bids haven't gone out for these particular stations. But at the very least, I would like to have seen some sort of schematics and had some sort of better understanding of where these stations are and what they're going to be comprised of. I don't know what they went through when they built, the Bloor-Danforth line, but I know when they built the TYSSC, and I referred to it earlier, I think that the council that approved those subway stations made a mistake. We approved 6 stations with 6 different contractors, and we're still fighting all the change of scope changes and claims coming into the TTC today. And so if I have any sense of comfort, it's that we are not going to be proceeding down that road where we have six different contractors doing six different stations. So Councillor Perks compared us to York Region and to Peel Region. Well, we're not York and we're not Peel. If anything, we have all of those people coming into Toronto, and we have Torontonians we need to move more quickly. So I don't think that comparison is valid. But you know, for my money, I'm not really comfortable. I'm not at all comfortable with sort of like the blank check that we're writing to Metrolinx and hoping on their good graces that the money will be well spent. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Matlow.
Madam Speaker, I like Councillor Perks before me. I absolutely agree that adding local stations along regional rail is a good idea. And it's something that I hope we would all support and all advocate for, because there are communities in the city who would be better served using the existing rail lines that we have now. It's more cost effective to use existing infrastructure than having to make it up where it hasn't been before. That being said, though, every step of the way through this Smart Track journey, things have not added up, just logically. Also, things haven't run true. And as was said before, there is no technical term Smart Track that I've ever seen in any planning report that wasn't prescribed by a political initiative. So Smart Track, the word was, as far as I know, was created during the last municipal election. And it was promised as 22 stations. And that's just not true, and it never would have been true. It was also said that it was going to be a heavy rail spur, a western spur, that when an opponent of then candidate John Tory even suggested that that may not be feasible or would not work, she was derided. And I remember terms like Debbie Downer, and terms like, it's easier to say no than to say yes. It's good rhetoric, but it wasn't fair and it wasn't reasonable because there were substantive problems with that proposal. It was also promised that all of that would be done in 7 years, and that's not going to be true as well. It was also promised that the whole darn thing would be paid for by TIF. And I understand during an election when you've got the Ford saying we're going to build a subway at every corner and we're not going to raise taxes, that you kind of want to come up with an answer to that is equally sellable. But to suggest that all of this would be paid for by TIF was never realistic and never should have been accepted as reality. And now we're being told that a segment of this would be covered by TIF. Well, maybe not. Maybe some of it, we don't know. And certainly there are reasonable questions about even the differences between the information that SRRA first gave us and the current city information that we're receiving. Some of the information, without going into too much detail now, actually contradicts each other and raises even more questions. So I don't know if any of you can honestly say that you know if this TIF proposal will work. Some have said that taxes have not been raised to pay for this. That's not true. Property taxes were raised to the City Building Fund to pay for this, and perhaps along with other projects, but boys, this can eat up a lot of it. So anyone who tells you that taxes weren't raised to pay for this isn't telling you the whole story. The other thing that I must remind us is that, do you have confidence in even this political initiative? Why are we now the revenue tool for the province? Do you remember a few years ago the Premier said that we needed an adult conversation to pay for Metrolinx's projects, including RER, including the relief line, including a number of different lines across the city? And there was a serious conversation at that time, and I remember the province came to us as a council and asked us to endorse a number of ideas that they were considering to be able to pay for all these projects as part of the big move. What did we do? We provided a double negative response to them and said that we're not going to support things, and really that kind of fizzled out. Elections came, by-elections came, that never happened. And then we, through the last election, went up and said, hey, what about us? Why don't we, the City of Toronto, end up paying for what should be local stations on regional rail, a GO line? And I just don't think that's good politics. I don't think that's good city governance. I don't think that's good strategy. What I would like us to do is advocate to the provincial government that we should have local stations as part of the RER. I see your smile, and maybe you don't agree with that strategy, but that's what I believe we should do. We were successful, for example, Councillor Cole would know, that when Oakwood wasn't part of the Eglinton Crosstown line, that's a Metrolinx line that's going right through Toronto along Eglinton, the government agreed with us and they added that line. We can, if we want to, make our case. But to simply start paying for Metrolinx projects, I think is unreasonable. We don't even know, for example, do you really know, any of you, exactly what the frequency of service is going to be at the end of the day, what Metrolinx will ultimately do? We hope, we would like, but we don't know. So ultimately, I don't think we have enough information.
Thank you, Councillor Matlow. Your time's up. Thank you. Councillor Mammoliti.
Madam Speaker, I'm going to move the City Council request the Province of Ontario and Metrolinx to relocate $1 billion from the Finch LRT project to and use the funds for Smart Track. And this is not the last time I'm going to try this motion. I've tried it a number of times. Now the writ provincially is going to be dropped on May the 5th, and some of you are laughing, but I kind of know the future premier of this province quite well, and I can tell you that I've talked to him a number of times on this, and he'll be asking a lot of questions with respect to the financial situation with respect to all of this. And don't be surprised at any given time after this election that this exact thing that I'm asking for today might in fact happen, and Scarborough might get the money that they need for the project that was, yes, approved by this council with all the stops a number of years ago. I'm not going to stop doing that because this is the right thing to do. You've got a community that does not want the LRT and wants the subway. You've got a community that qualifies for a subway if only TTC would count its riders. 90% of the people that are using buses along Finch Avenue are using it for free, and we're not counting them. If we were to count them, Councillor Cole, if we were to count them, Finch Avenue would actually qualify for the subway. What we've been told in this community is you don't qualify for a subway because the riders aren't enough, right? So I'm not going to give up on this. I'm going to keep trying. This may or may not lose today on the floor of council, but I think after June the 7th, I might just try this again and see where it goes. I don't know. But at the end of the day, here we are. Those of you that are going to vote against what's in front of us because of lack of money, we're arguing the fact because there's not enough money. We've cut the stations in Scarborough because we haven't had enough money, right? And here you got a local councillor who says we don't need the LRT running through our community. Take the money from that and put it towards this so you can get another subway in Toronto quicker and sooner than later. But many of you don't believe that. You believe in LRTs for some reason. And I'm just going to keep trying, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to keep trying this. I don't know whether I'll succeed at the end of the day, but I'm going to be hard-headed on this, as I've always been, and try and get the subway that we deserve along Finch Avenue. Somebody has to do that, and I don't see anybody on this council floor taking the lead to do that, except myself. I'm going to keep trying it. On another front, this thing has changed a number of times, as we've seen. I remember Councillor Thompson, Councillor DeBaremaker, Councillor Ashton, way back when, who said we need the subway to come to Scarborough. And there was countless of debates with respect to this, and we finally made a decision, and yes, there was a few more stops than we're talking about today. But what took away those stops is what we're debating today, and that's Fast Track. So now that Fast Track is with us, Smart Track, my apologies. Now that Smart Track is with us, we are debating whether or not we should continue cutting the stops in Scarborough. I don't believe we should be cutting the stops in Scarborough. I think Scarborough needs those stops, and I think Scarborough got the short end of the stick with respect to our decisions here in council. Smart Track is a good line, Mr. Mayor, and I commend you for bringing that forward. But what's happened with Smart Track? is that we've reduced the number of stops in Scarborough, and that's been kind of divisive. That's been kind of an issue where people are saying, why did we have to do that in order to build this particular line? And lastly, we now have all of this in front of us without the money. And so you've got Councillor Matlow who stands up and he kicks and screams, and Councillor Perks and all the rest saying, first of all, they don't agree with any of the suburbs having subways. They'll always disagree. But this gives them the argument because there's no money, so they're standing up and arguing the fact of money. I just gave you the money. There's $1 billion on the table. I hope that you vote in favor of it and fund both these projects, if you like, Mr. Mayor, with the money along Finch Avenue LRT.
Thank you. We have a question from Councillor Perruzza. Clarification of the motion, Councillor Perruzza.
You're aware that well over $200 million has been spent on the Finch West LRT project to date, right?
You're aware that most of the money that was spent would be spent on a subway recognition anyway, are you not?
No. You know that Metrolinx has spent well over $200 million and has announced the contractor.
But Councillor Perruzza, that's not clarification of the motion.
Yeah, is he aware that his motion would basically take $200–300 million of spent money and burn it in the ground without a single improvement to Finch Avenue? And I don't even know if he ever uses it. I know he represents Ward 7. I don't even know where he lives.
So at the end of the day,
I don't even know where you live.
Councillor Perruzza, please, that's out of order.
Just go to the clerk's office. My address is in the documents at City Hall. And at the end of the day, I would say this to Councillor Perruzza through you, Madam Speaker. The community does not want the LRT. They would rather take the $1 billion that is allocated along that line and give it towards a subway in the City of Toronto. I know that because we have had a number of very large meetings, consultation meetings, that talked about just this. In fact, the mayor was at one of them.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Member.
So in answering the question, I know exactly what the community wants. With respect to what's already been spent, Madam Speaker, are you aware that the project has been put on hold? Are you aware that the contract hasn't even been given out from the province? And are you aware that the writ is going to be dropped on May the 5th and no contract is going to be issued until after the election? We should do the right thing, Councillor Perruzza. Stop the LRT along Finch Avenue. Stop supporting it and start supporting a subway like we should have.
Thank you. Councillor Lee. Councillor Lee to speak. Yeah. It was up. Councillor Lee to speak.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise to support the report. And since I became a city councillor, we have gone through many iterations of building a network out in the City of Toronto, as well as out to the 905 area. So it is important for us not to keep changing course as we go along, because the more changes we have, the longer the delay is. And I do know that many people that actually live downtown work in 905 area as well. So they are using all the existing facilities to get out to the job now out in 905. So by having Smart Track and the additional stations that's going to be part of all this, it will give people the option to move around the city in a more orderly fashion. In fact, this morning, I did take the GO train down from Asian Court Station to Union Station. It is a very good ride. The only issue is that the Union Station is packed jammed. So we need to improve that, and along the way, whether it's at Cherry Street or whether it's at Gerrard Street, the additional stations will give people the option of getting off the TTC and onto Smart Track for a faster and more comfortable ride. And a lot of people telling me that we're going to be using the same trains that they are using in GO train in the GO system now. I don't believe so. I believe that they will be looking at new technology, and better technology, electrification, to ensure that people get moved around in a better fashion. And it is important to keep on the course that we are going right now and ensuring that SmartTrack is built, RER, because RER is the foundation for SmartTrack to be built. So please vote in favor of moving forward and designing the stations and ensuring that we get a network that we deserve here in the Toronto region. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lee. Councillor Crawford to speak.
I have two motions, technical motions that staff have asked me to move, if I can put them up. Motion A is to delete the word authorize and to include, direct the General Manager, Economic Development and Culture and the Chief Planner and Executive Director, City Planning to include in the proposed amendments to the new Community Improvement Plan bylaw on which they will be reporting to the Planning and Growth Committee in accordance with item EX 30.6, and to just remove, just technical in the wording, remove the phasing and to say to phase out, and to add halfway down above grade to the building permits. The second motion, motion B, again technical in nature, is self-explanatory there. Very simply, I'm going to support these recommendations, and I want to thank the leadership of the Mayor for moving this forward. It's an incredibly important transit project for the city, but more importantly, it's an incredibly important transit project for Scarborough. This will improve transit in Scarborough, and I have always supported moving and improving transit in Scarborough. This is only one part of a number of initiatives that are taking place with the Scarborough Transit plan that is happening. I have and will always continue to support the Eglinton East LRT to Kennedy. I was on Eglinton this morning, and they're actually starting to do the work, which I've always supported. I have and will always support the Bloor-Danforth subway extension to Scarborough Town Centre. And of course, I'll be supporting the Eglinton East LRT extension to Scarborough U of T. With all of these projects happening, at the end of the day, the transit in Scarborough will be better. That has been a priority of mine and will continue to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Troisi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This transit project is very important for the future of the city, but these improvements are also bringing some great challenges to our local downtown communities. Many of these residents literally live right beside the tracks. Metrolinx, residents associations, and my office have been working very closely to ensure that mitigation measures be in place with overnight work and noise. The consultation of the community is being done with regards to expanding underpasses that are vital north-south access for local residents, pedestrians, and cyclists. Metrolinx has been at the table and working closely with the local residents associations. So I'd like to ensure that we continue urging Metrolinx to consider the local residents whenever possible and make these transit improvements work for local communities as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak to speak.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Just very briefly, I wanted to commend my colleagues and the Mayor for helping lay the groundwork for the next generation of transit in the city. And I don't think it's any secret that transit congestion is the #1 problem that we're facing in the city, moving people and goods around in a safe and viable way. The SmartTrack concept uses existing infrastructure, it overlays on an existing funded plan by the province. It allows people to not only see trains going by their communities, but actually be able to get on them. I think one of the big challenges we're going to find is that we need a cultural shift in Toronto. Urban trains are primarily a European phenomena, and what we need to do is make sure that as we go forward that we reach out to the local communities where these new stops will be and make sure that they understand that they can get on them, that they will be transit riders and they can get to their place of work quicker, their place of education quicker, or back home even quicker. And I think that's really the key message, to make sure that good news is coming to their local community, that it's a good municipal, provincial partnership that, as I said, leverages existing infrastructure. Is it expensive? Yes, it is expensive. But transit delayed is transit expensive, and that's what we have to deal with. And I think the people of Toronto are willing to pay, because this will prove over generations to come that is an effective, viable way to get people around in a safe, effective manner, and it's using what we know is existing rail lines to make sure that we get the best bang for our dollar. So I think I commend the mayor for bringing this forward in the last campaign, and I commend staff for working on it and making sure it's before us, and I urge everyone to support it.
Thank you. Councillor Davis to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I have two motions. The first motion asks City Council to authorize the City Manager to review and identify opportunities for improving connections between Main Street Subway Station, the Danforth GO Station, in coordination with Metrolink's Danforth Station project, which is already in the design phase, and for consideration with the additional city infrastructure unidentified works that are going forward. I've consulted with a number of people, including staff, and they are supportive of that. The second one I'm moving...
Okay, Councillor Davis, hold on. I'm going to put your time on hold. Councillor Karygiannis, please, can you keep it down? Councillor Mammoliti, Councillor Crisanti, Councillor Carmichael Greb. It's very noisy in here. Thank you. Okay. Councillor Davis?
My second motion, I'm sure, is more controversial. And this second motion is to address the concerns that I raised both in my questions at committee and here at Council, and it has to do with delegating to staff full authority for everything from here on. We are delegating, so this asks them to report back to Council before entering into major contracts or agreements. I want to say, first of all, this is a much better agreement, the terms and conditions, than what we initially were looking at when we discussed it at Council previously. It has caps on the amount of capital expenditure. It has the provincial government picking up 100% of the operating costs, and it has us being able to get improved service levels. And I know that, and Councillor Mihevc has just been telling me why he's supporting it, that other major cities integrate their regional express rail with their local rail, and I understand that. This does not do what the original expectations of SmartTrack purported to do. It is a much more modest proposal. I know it fits into the network plan that we approved at Council, but it still concerns me, and it concerns me for a number of reasons. It concerns me because we are delegating so much authority to staff, and it is in no way questioning the competency of our staff team. But we are proving this, saying goodbye, go off Council staff, go off staff and negotiate, execute, and sign contracts from here on. If they meet Appendix A, that's true. But we are approving an amount of money that purports to know the costs at 10% design. I can't imagine that the costs we have before us can be that accurate. We're approving a funding mechanism that other people have spoken about, but it assumes considerable development. In fact, the report says we should be relaxing our planning constraints in order to try and increase the amount of development. And it concerns me because the third party, Cushman and Wakefield, that reviewed the SRRA proposal for the development, said, and I quote, There is always considerable uncertainty associated with any long-term forecast of redevelopment because the actual rate of development will be driven by many factors. And so we know that this financing is based on some significant assumptions about development that are projected, but certainly not hard and fast. We are also giving authority for disposing of land to our staff, and we're giving our staff the ability to determine whether the costs are fair and reasonable on their own. How are our staff going to determine that the costs that come in from this alternative financing proposal are fair and reasonable? We have not done that before. There's an accounting and governance structure, and I still don't know what that is. We only have 3 years of fair guarantees, and while they're picking up the operating costs, they have other ways for us to pay, and that is through the integrated fares that will come beyond. So I do believe that we need greater accountability back to Council. The maintain and operate agreement that will be struck with Metrolinx, I believe we need to know about. And if it is a third-party operator and third-party maintenance
Thank you,
agreement,
Councillor Davis.
we should approve that third-party approval.
Thank you. Councillor De Bearmaker to speak.
Great. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I will certainly be supporting the recommendations today, and I want to thank our staff for doing a lot of work, and I do want to tip my hat to our mayor who, as some people have said, invented this. Some people seem to think it was a bad thing that during an election campaign you had a candidate who said, you know what, I've looked at things, and I actually think that we can make use of the existing lines that have already been built, have already been paid for by taxpayers, that have already been approved, and we can, if you will, piggyback on a larger RER proposal that would actually put more stations in the city of Toronto. Somebody said, well, you know, we're not Metrolinx, we're not the 905 belt. No, we're the city of Toronto. And to have 6 new stations built in the city of Toronto is spectacular for every part of this city. Finch East, we're going to love that station out there. Lawrence East, we're going to love that station. Gerard Carlaw Station, it's going to be loved by those people. East Harbour, down closer to the Don River in the core, 50,000 jobs expected to be created in that one district. Those 50,000 jobs will not happen without public transit. This station was specifically designed at this location at East Harbour to help achieve our city goals of creating 50,000 jobs in that district. Not in my ward, closer to the Don River, but I think 50,000 jobs is something that we should all be supporting and not complaining about. King Liberty. Think of the development that's happened there now and that's going to come when the station opens up. What do we hear every single week, every single month at the TTC and on the media? That the West End is congested and overcrowded and people need more transit. This report today says we're going to invest $1.5 billion. Those people in the West End of Toronto are going to get more transit. Same as at St. Clair and Old West End. This is going to be a catalyst for every part of the city. I look at Front and Spadina Station and Bloor Lansdowne Station. If you ask the councillors who represent Front and Spadina and Bloor Lansdowne, would you like those stations? Well, of course you want those stations because you want your residents to get better transit and you want a better development pattern in your ward. We're not even paying for those extra 2 new stations being built in the city of Toronto. So I put up our $1.5 billion plus the money the province is putting up 8 new stations south of Steeles Avenue. Good for all of us, maybe going downtown, but you know what? We do live in a region and some of our residents actually work in the 905 belt. So there'll be people from the 905 belt coming into the 416, but there'll also be a lot of us going from the 416 to the 905. I think this just slams it out of the park to use existing infrastructure at a relatively small cost. $1.5 billion is a big number, but when you look at the Metrolinx report, what did they say to us? The benefits of this $1.5 billion investment, they estimate to be $4.5 billion in benefits. Why wouldn't we invest $1.5 billion when we know the payback to our city, the value of those benefits is over $4.5 billion. This is a good deal for the City of Toronto. I'm very glad somebody had the strength of character, and the foresight to say, you know what, I'm going to put this on the table. It's got no support right now, it's got no funding now, but I think I can do it. And lo and behold, here we are today approving something that I think is, again, in the end going to pass, that's going to give us a really great level of service. I believe that this is really essentially, this is our downtown relief line. Month after month after month after month, I hear a lot of people saying the only thing on this planet that we need is the downtown relief line. Well, if you look at this great big letter U, that is SmartTrack and the RER system, that is the downtown relief line. All of those people in all of these places that were going to get on our subway system might actually get on SmartTrack. And you know what? That's going to provide relief for people on the Yonge line. It's going to be providing relief at Yonge and Bloor. It is a very good deal for the City of Toronto. Where the Premier so far has announced that the entrance fee or the fares are going to be $3. Yes, I agree. Some people have criticized the report saying, well, you haven't finalized the detail about fare integration. Can I take my Metro Pass and get off the bus and get onto the SmartTrack station at no cost? I think the answer to that is going to be yes. Every MPP, every MP, every councillor I talk to says we have to have fare integration. Every staff member I talk to says there has to be fare integration. Have we got it yet today? No. We haven't waved a magic wand and solved all of the world's problems in one staff report with one project. But what we're doing is we're walking towards that solution, and we're walking towards it very successfully. This is great. This is the downtown relief line delivered today, not in 10 years, not in 20 years from now, not in 3 decades from now, but this is a downtown relief line starting up now. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
We won't need it.
Thank you. Councillor Holliday to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd just like to offer my comments on this. I've been riding public transit for the most part of my life. I have plenty of experience in it, and I can tell you, as somebody that lives out in the West End, if the subway shuts down, you're done. It's like a $35 cab ride, or it's multiple buses or streetcar changes just to get home or try to make it somewhere to pick up kids from daycare. But the thing that sticks in my mind most about the discussion today is when I went to school in the university, I used to take the bus from home. And there were 2 types of bus on Kipling. There's the local bus and there's the express bus. And the express bus ran every 3 or 4 minutes, and it would run people from North Etobicoke down to the station. And you'd go out there and you'd stand by the bus stop and you'd wait for the bus to come, the local bus, the 45, and you'd wait, and these other buses would whiz past you, full of people going down to the station. I don't mean to be critical of that, but that's the process that we had. But nothing would frustrate me more standing there when it was minus 30, watching these buses stop at the stoplight. They wouldn't pick me up. And it's because it was a regional service. It would move you from a far part into the station, into downtown. It was different than the local bus service. But that's what I think about in this instance. We've got this GO RER network that is predominantly serving the 905. It's moving from 1,500 trains to 6,000 trains. So it's incumbent on the city to try to take advantage of that. Otherwise, we'll have these trains that whiz through our neighborhoods, moving people from the 905 and not actually serving our residents. I fear it'll actually become a situation where it's easier to come into this city if you live out in Brampton or Mississauga or north of the city than it is if you live just within the suburbs. And I don't think that's the type of situation that we want to create. And I mean, I get the discussion today about the sticker price. But the price is the price. We need to pay our freight if we want to serve the local citizens within the city on a regional network. As much as the next person, I'd be happy to have corrugated metal stations made out of cinder block, but from what I heard from staff today, a lot of this money has to do with civil improvements that we'll probably never see or notice, but they need to be done to have the stations work. I don't know. If we don't have adequate transit and adequate transit choices for, in particular, the people that are on the suburban periphery of this city, what we continue to do is fracture the city. And the people that live in these areas, the people that live in central Etobicoke, such as myself, feel more and more disconnected with their downtown because they can't drive there, the traffic's untenable. And it'll come to the point where they won't be able to take transit there because there are other options or it's broken down. So getting these extra connection points to the regional system is really important. And if I leave you with one final thought, what I really don't want to have is the day where I have to get up in the morning and I have to point my car into the direction of Mississauga and drive out of the 416 to take transit into downtown Toronto, because that ends up being the faster way. So please think about what is before us. I recognize that it's expensive. It will be paid for taxpayers. Whatever the system may be, it's still the taxpayer paying for it. But if we do not create local service for our citizens, it will be the 905ers that have the best trip into the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson to speak.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I rise in support of the item in front of us. It's a rather novel thing, because we've been at this for some time now, and we have not really thought about how to use the RER opportunity to help us to engage, to be able to allow our residents to have additional options and choices to be able to either get home or to go to varying places in such where they'd like to go. I'm hearing the conversation, and it is that, well, you know, it's too expensive and so on, and I get that. But if it was available to us for free, certainly I would take it. But it's my understanding it's not available to us for free in terms of what we want as a big city with respect to being able to controlling our own destiny. I understand the province is spending the $13.5 billion, and we are attempting to address our own needs. It's really important that we actually take our heads out of the sand and recognize what is actually going to take place. Our residents will have an opportunity of having more frequent services. Councillor Holyday pointed out that we're going from about 1,600 vehicles on trains per week up to 6,000. That's a remarkable number. When I was a student in Montreal, and I would be able to take the RER system to go to the West Island or the South Shore, that was great for me. If it wasn't available to me, I would have had to find other ways to be able to get around. I look at my community and I recognize that if we were not to look at SmartTruck, my community would be further disadvantaged. Because in fact, in losing the SRT, we would not simply benefit because of the expansion of the Bloor-Danforth subway system. The SmartTruck service will provide my community with actually the convenience, the ability to be able to get from Scarborough Centre to downtown or get home, or to get from other points in order to get onto the system. We will have an additional 4,000 plus units of residential accommodation in the Midland and Lawrence area. There are a number of apartments and condos in the area now. If we were, and which we will, to lose the SRT without a complementary service that is going to cater to them, then my community is going to be further disadvantaged. So I could not stand in this council and not support this particular report in front of us. We've heard about the cost. Staff, by the way, I want to compliment them because they've done a really good job in terms of providing means and measures in terms of how we're going to pay for the $1.195 million and the additional $268 million that are needed in order to provide this opportunity to create more frequency of service in the community, to ensure that we're using the rail lines that are there now that is underutilized to be able to take people to varying parts of this particular city. I think we should be celebrating the mayor taking a risk, and yes, we were supposed to have 22, now we're down to 6. We all know sometimes when we start with these particular plans, there are other measures that comes forward and says we can't do what we were initially hoping to do, and so we ought to ensure that we rally around this. And I note that the folks in the downtown core, and I really hate to separate downtown and the suburbs, quite frankly, there's always a view that whatever is needed for Scarborough or in other parts of the suburbs, that there seems to be a real view that somehow there's got to be a different way, and the way that it isn't of benefit to our community. And so for those who represent the community, we can actually speak up for the community. We celebrate the fact that downtown has a variety of different GO station stops now, whether at Union Station, exhibition places, and so on. And also you have better transit than Scarborough, in the fact that I'm happy with that. But I'm not going to stand here and not support better transit in my community so that my residents can actually benefit and have a similar option that is available to the residents in the downtown core.
Thank you very much. So make sure I look. So now Councillor Mihevc to speak.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I think on this issue, we need to look at this on a system level. I used to sit on the board of GO Transit before they, quote, depoliticized, before they took off their elected officials on their board. And I remember those conversations that we had at the board meeting and with staff. And I think it would be fair to say that in those days, the GO system, both on the bus side and on the heavy rail side, saw itself as a system of transit between 905 and 416. That really, that was their raison d'etre. So when some of us, I for one, would mention, well, how about, wouldn't it be great if we had, when you consider the way the heavy rail is located in Toronto, it's such a beautiful system because it radiates out from the center. There are 7 lines. They go east, they go west, they go northwest, northeast, they go directly north. That we should also, as the GO board, I used to say, think of intra-416 transportation. But that wasn't part of the culture of the GO board at the time, the GO system at the time. What this represents, this proposal before us here represents, is a chance to change the culture, change the paradigm of travel along long distances within densely populated, ever maturing urban municipalities. When we travel, anyone travels to London, to Paris, to the big cities of the world, heavy rail is a part of the mix. Heavy rail is a part of the mix. And while this might not be perfect, yes, there are some unanswered questions around Eglinton West that will be answered later on. There are some questions around the funding, and that can be checked later on with the council that if the money doesn't come, we'll have to make some mature decisions around taxes and other revenue sources. But you know what? This is an important piece of a very, very big project. I would say in the last 20 years, if you think, what are the big public transit projects to hit our region? Well, you'd have to say the top 3 are Regional Express Rail, Eglinton Crosstown, and the subway extension to Highway 7. I would say RER, Smart Track, is the big one. This is going to change how we travel in this region. And for that reason, I think it is really, really important for us to support it. They say from my experience on public transit boards and this and that, mobility is about options. When you only have one option, the automobile, then your choices around your ability to be flexible in a city is limited. Your economic opportunities become limited. When you have multiple options, for example, I can walk to work, I can cycle to work, I can take the subway to work, that's great. Well, you know what? In the next little while, if this happens, I'll be able to go, I live on St. Clair, I'll be able to go west to Weston Road and take heavy rail down to go to a ball game. And all that region will also have the same opportunity. Or I can go a little bit further afield and go up to Barrie and then head to the cottage, or have my family who's up at the cottage because I can't go to the cottage, meet me in Barrie, or to Kitchener. This really has opportunities for us as a city. I don't think we should be, frankly, shy about it, but regional long-distance commutes within 416 is a game changer. I think it's going to add variety and appeal to our residents. And for those reasons, I think it is important to do. I also note that another reason why it's important to do is we do have time pressures. Metrolinx is saying, well, are you in or are you out? Today's the day to decide. And frankly, while it is not perfect, while all the I's are all the I's have not been dotted and the T's crossed because of other plans and financial arrangements that need to be figured out, this is in a pretty good place. And for those reasons, Mr. Chair, Madam Speaker, I think this is worthy of good support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mihevc. Next to speak is Councillor Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, on your maiden voyage here, or in training. I'll just start by saying, and I think Councillor Perks and Matlow both touched on and saying how obvious and critical it is to use regional rail, existing infrastructure, and to make it have it provide a local service. I don't think there's any disagreement in the room with that. And I'm sure anyone who would live at Main Station or in Liberty Village, it probably has pained them year after year hearing trains and watching them go by, and them not providing them the ability to get into or around the city. And so we all agree on that. And I think it's fair to ask these important questions about should the city be contributing to those costs of making this regional service a more localized one, because the costs are significant. And there's been good questions today about the cost of stations, about even the policy perspective and appropriateness of the city contributing up to the regional or provincial government to make those contributions. And I think we should be, and I commend councillors for looking at that with a critical eye. At the end of the day, we need to make this service, we need to make this infrastructure more local. And I actually don't care at all what it's called. I don't care what it's been branded or not, or what people want to say it is or not. What fundamentally we need is this heightened level of service on this existing infrastructure in the city, and we need our residents, our taxpayers, to be able to use that service. And so I think it's critical that we continue to move this forward. I think it's a critical piece of the infrastructure puzzle, and as Commissioner and Councillor Mihevc has mentioned, it's just a fact of life that heavy rail has to be a key component of the entire package that we offer to get people around this city. So I think it is a critical investment. It's a large investment the city's being asked to pay, and one that we have to look at it with a really keen eye, that I'm happy those questions are being asked today, but one that we need to make. We need to leverage this existing infrastructure. It's important that we do so. And certainly from a TTC perspective, it opens up a whole realm of possibilities of how we can better connect and serve the city and the TTC. And I see the TTC as being, the excellent operators that we are, to continue to play a critical role in how we provide service across the city. But ultimately, at the end of the day, as we have this debate, and we'll have many others on this, I think, item and other transit projects, what we have to start to accept and admit is we need to build it all. We no longer have the luxury of not building transit in every corner of the city, every mode, whether it's heavy rail, light rail, subway, above ground, below ground. We have taken too many years off. We know what the consequences of that are, and we have the luxury of a city that continues to grow. People want to continue to move here. People want to live in all corners of the city. So all of these projects, let's debate them. Let's look at them with a keen eye. Let's dig into all the numbers as we should, especially when we're making a huge contribution like we are now on Regional Express Rail. But we need to build all of these projects, and the quicker we do it, the better. We need to move forward and get people moving in the city. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
3 minutes. Thank you, Councillor Cole. Next on the speaker's list is Councillor Perruzza, followed by Councillor Layton.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker. I've been listening intently to the debate that's been going on today, and I don't think there's anybody who fundamentally disagrees or fundamentally says that electrifying heavy rail, adding more stations to the GO network would be a bad thing. How can you say it's a bad thing? It's not a bad thing. The question is, should the City of Toronto be paying for that? Should property taxpayers in the City of Toronto be paying for that? And the answer is absolutely not. It's irresponsible, dangerous at worst. There is nothing that has been put before us that this is a transit initiative that the City of Toronto should do, other than an election promise. At election time. I got that. I get that. I understand that. But should the City of Toronto be taxing its residents to the tune of well over $1 billion, whether you call it assessment, whether you call it TIFs, whether you call it development charges, whether you call it anything else by any other name, it's property taxpayers in the City of Toronto who are going to foot that bill to build 6 platforms on a provincial network. If I were the mayor of Timiskaming or Timmins and be looking at this, I'd be saying, what are those boys drinking down there? What's in that Toronto water? Hip, hip, hooray! I can't hate those guys anymore. They're paying for provincial projects. They're flush with cash. They should be paying their own freight on everything. Imagine future mayors of the City of Toronto going in trying to negotiate with a premier about transit initiatives or other things. It used to be a 75-25 relationships. We hammered for years on that. They changed it. On all capital projects, they changed it. We whined. We cried. We got no money for that. Now, all of a sudden, we're flush with cash. We got money to invest in a provincial system. Hip, hip, hooray! How good are we? A system that we won't control frequency on trips, fares, integration, even cleanliness, operations. So we are going to tax property taxpayers to the tune of $1 billion to hand money probably over to some private management outfit we don't even know that's going to run a provincial system, a provincial network. And someone is going to stand up and say, well, you're resident in Liberty Village. Well, who's the resident in Liberty Village going to call when he wants to use a system that the City of Toronto has no control over? In fact, I'm reminded by our own history, there was a phrase somewhere, it says, no taxation without representation, right? Remember that one? Remember the no taxation without representation? Well, on this one, you know what you're doing? You're doing the reverse. You're taxing, handing over money without any representation. How good is that? You know, this is a great project. It's a great initiative if you were running to be Premier of the province of Ontario. Please, absolutely. You want high-speed trains between Toronto and Windsor? Absolutely. You know, you want better connections between us and the north? Absolutely. Eastern Ontario and so forth? Absolutely. Better integration, urbanization of a heavy rail system in the City of Toronto? Absolutely. I'd vote for you for Premier of Ontario. But we as a municipality, City of Toronto, that's something we should not be getting ourselves involved in, because once you go down this road, this slippery slope, you will not be able to stop.
Thank you, Councillor Prutza. Our next speaker is Councillor Layton.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and congratulations. I just want to quickly chime in. I don't think there's anyone in the room that would disagree that, as a theory, the notion of using existing tracks is a great idea. I think there's not many of us that would say that looks like the path of least resistance. I certainly have been one of those people over these many years on council. Since 2012, I believe it was, when Councillor Nunziata and I put forward a recommendation to council to add stops along the then, whatever they were calling the Go Pearson line, the UPS line back then. That also called for more fare integration, better affordability for inner city trips. These all seemed like very reasonable requests to make of the province. And I think what this report gives us is what was a much larger election platform plan that has been whittled down to better reflect the realities that exist in our city around where will transit be needed, what frequency, how it will be paid for. And that's what this report has essentially done. It's taken that low-hanging fruit and an attempt at saying, well, what would it take? But I think as we scratch the surface, we noticed there were problems. And I would actually like to applaud the mayor in that it takes a different kind of politician, not all of us might do it, to realize that once we learn more information, we change our mind. That's why pencils have erasers. It's a good thing. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm saying it's a rather good thing. Former President Barack Obama called it, said we evolved. Our thinking evolved on subjects as we learned more and as things changed. And that is something very good for a leader and any elected official to have, to be able to evolve with new information. So we've seen that rather elaborate plan has been reduced to a handful of stations, some of which I think perform quite well in measuring. One in particular will directly affect the residents in Ward 19, and it's been one station I've been pushing for quite some time. It's not in the exact location I would like, and I went back to staff repeatedly saying, this needs to be further east, this needs to be further east. But I came to the realization, I evolved, that as an elected official, I can change many bylaws, but I can't change the laws of physics. And so it wasn't actually possible to move the station further east. And so I came to terms with it and made the best out of it. It probably made the station a little bit more expensive because it would require some additional land takings. It'll require more track. It's not just on the original track. They require quite a bit of track work there. But we evolved. One place I don't think we have evolved enough, and I'm still a skeptic, is tax increment financing. I'm not sure that, well, just like Councillor Perks said, I'm not sure that's actually a thing. Like, it's really just banking on future development. It's gambling and saying future development will come to that area. We can get more if we relax those planning pressures, but we can bank on there being some, we're gambling on there being some development there in the future. That may be a pretty good bet, and I'm gonna get to my casino and gambling analogies on the next item, but that may be a pretty good bet, but it's not a secure foundation that we should be basing every decision on. So when this item, or if this item comes back with various iteration and changes to the plan, which no doubt it will, there may be one less station, there may be $100 million more dollars, maybe $500 million more dollars. I hope that as a council, our position will evolve with the information that's made available to us. I hope that we can see where we're taking the right track and see where we're taking the wrong track. I should add just one more thing. My concern, and I raised this in questions around the discounted fares, that if our negotiation with the province leaves us anywhere in the red, in the arrears, as with respect to the discounted fares with use of jointly with our transit partners in the 905, we need to make very clear to the province that that is not acceptable. That we need, as a city, to be reimbursed every nickel, every dime, every fare of that money. Because I think we're starting to get to a truly integrated fare model, but the way that revenue is shared and costs are allocated need to be clear. If we're going to absorb, if the TTC, if the Bloor line that Councillor Holyday spoke about and that I rode this morning and waited...
Thank you, Councillor Layton. Thank you. It's just that I'm trying to be fair to everyone, and I'm saying it to everybody. Councillor Wong Tam.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I just want to rise to thank Councillor Cole for his words, encouraging us as council members to be critical and to make sure that we review these plans as they come before us in these reports with a keen eye. And I really do appreciate that comment. The comment that I was a little bit troubled by was the fact that there was a claim by the Deputy Speaker, newly appointed, that this is the equivalent of the downtown relief line. This is not the downtown relief line. There's nothing about this that even resembles the downtown relief line, and to even suggest that was says to me that there's a cloud over the judgment of all transit planning from that particular corner. But nevertheless, Madam Speaker, I think that we want to do the right thing as we are elected to do, and that right thing means that we actually negotiate from a position of strength, and we lead from the front and not from behind. And Madam Speaker, what I find so troubling about this particular report and the conversations that have led to where we are today is that there's so much costs and expenditures that are going to be borne by the City of Toronto for regional transportation and Metrolinx Go RER infrastructure that no other municipality is paying for. And so if we were being treated the same as every other municipality surrounding the GTHA as it pertains to this type of regional express rail, then yeah, I would certainly be open to it. But why is it that the City of Toronto, why would we ask the residents of Toronto to bear the costs of provincial regional infrastructure? And that to me is the challenge. I've certainly got no problems in utilizing and making sure that the heavy rail is multifunctional, that it actually can meet the needs of our communities. But in so many ways, we're actually subsidizing out-of-town riders, which to me is rather problematic, simply because no other jurisdiction is doing that for us. As far as I can tell, we're starting to write some pretty big checks to help other people get into our city. And that doesn't seem to be a very smart use of the local tax dollars. And especially since these tax dollars are so rare, Madam Speaker, because we have massive wait lists for supportive housing, affordable housing, wait lists for childcare, wait lists for long-term care, wait lists for all sorts of other services like recreation. And here we are, we have money to spare. Madam Speaker, the funding proposals that are placed before us is at best, I think, a sketch. We've been talking a lot about, and I've read a lot about, the sketches on the back of a napkin. And so the city's share to come up with $878 million is sketchy at best. So the development charges, which means that if we're going to take development charges and direct it to this project, we can't be using those funds for anything else, because it's going to this particular project. And yet, as far as I can tell, Madam Speaker, there's only 2 stations, and that's East Harbour as well as the Liberty Village, that actually has maximum benefits for our dollar. So there seems to be a really strong case on why those 2 stations should be built, because it's going to pay for itself. The other 4 stations, Madam Speaker, is questionable at best, especially since it's been unclear in terms of the frequency of service, whether it's 15 minutes, 6 to 8 minutes, or perhaps we should be pursuing the Bloor-Danforth line service frequency of every 3 to 4 minutes. Especially for that type of dollar figure, Madam Speaker. Tax incremental financing, Madam Speaker, in the report itself, as it's reviewed, the calculations were undocumented, and the method of calculations was unclear. There was already so much doubt with a program that is so wide that it's never been tested before. And not to mention the fact that some of those figures that were used to justify the fact that these revenues could be raised were essentially outdated. I'm not sure where they came from. So, Madam Speaker, this is not really fiscally responsible by any measure, especially when things can go wrong, and we know that things can go wrong, especially 4 stations are already already deemed as unable to support itself economically. And for that reason, Madam Speaker, I cannot support the recommendations before us. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Shiner.
Madam Speaker, I was actually not planning to speak, but when I hear some of the comments that are in front of us and the parochialness of those, looking at just their tiny little area of the city, not understanding that we are now a big metropolis. We go from the far reaches of Scarborough to the far reaches of Etobicoke, right up to York Region down to the lake. We're huge. And we're looking at an interconnecting transit system that we can put in place quite quickly. So I went over and double-checked with staff. I asked the question, so we don't want to be in the provincial track. We'd like to have our own track. What would that cost? That would cost $10.6 billion to build our own system. It's been reports to us before. Take off the $500 million off the federal grant, their assistance, you're $10.1 billion compared to $900 million, less than $1 billion. You're less than 1/10 of the cost because all you're building is the stations. You don't have to supply the trains, you don't have to run the operation, you don't have to build the tracks. You gotta build some stations that your residents want to get onto. You can't afford the luxury system of $10.1 billion. Neither can you afford the subway systems that it would cost, which would be probably 3 to 4 times the cost to get these underground here. You can criticize the fact that we may not get the $900 million in revenue from certain places and it may cost some tax dollars. But come on now, tell me an alternative solution. My colleague Councillor Cole was very clear. You have to look at transit in every single corner across the city because the residents here are frustrated on a daily basis with the amount of traffic that's here. And that traffic isn't just from people that live in Toronto, it's interregional. So if the trains are interregional, they'll assist in that as well. People coming in to work and people going out to work. So I don't know why people are sitting here all day long trying to make up arguments that probably haven't even looked at the depth of this to say we got a deal over here. We got a darn good deal. 1/10 of the cost or less to be able to get the residents across the city of Toronto onto a transit system in short order that goes 20 kilometers long. 20 kilometers of system for less than $1 billion. If you have an alternative, tell me what it is, because I'm listening. Because I don't think it's the greatest system to have to share, but I'm prepared to share with our provincial cousins because it's the same taxpayer. If it's paid for by the province, by Metrolinx, it's Toronto residents, Ontario residents, it's the same people. So if you don't have an alternative, if you can't tell me a better way, then why would you vote against a reasonable program that's in front of us that'll move people from end to end of the city in a very short order at a cost of only paying for the stations? So I don't know how you could vote against that, because I'll be voting for it.
Thank you. Councillor DeGiorgio to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, let me begin by echoing some of the comments of the previous speaker, simply because I think he articulated very well that we are, and many people before him have said, that when you look at an option of using existing infrastructure, there is no better, less expensive way of introducing infrastructure, incremental infrastructure, than to use existing infrastructure and intensify existing infrastructure, number one. Number two, I hear people say, oh boy, we're paying for provincial stuff and whatnot. Well, the reality, through property tax. Well, property tax is a provincial tax. Don't ever make the mistake that property tax is anything but a provincial tax. Provincial government controls assessment of properties. They control the flow of our property taxes. And we try to limit property tax increases to inflation every year. And because we do that, we now get into the financing of these infrastructure projects that are deemed to be good, deemed to be excellent uses of existing infrastructure. And we look at the financing. Well, the property tax system can only finance a certain amount of it. Why? Because we've limited increases to about 2% a year. We have the city building fund, where we put aside an additional 0.5% for about 5 years and create a reserve that we can tap into. And then we have development charges. Development charges that at the end of the new regime where we've introduced new development charges, we're going to have 500 million a year being generated. But that's not to say that we can use 500 million now, because we're only generating about 250 million now through development charges, and we can't use it all for this particular project. So then we get to what's called tax increment financing. And that's something that has not worked well in the past simply because people want the infrastructure today. And they say, well, you know what, if you build the infrastructure, the development will come. Nobody wants to wait on putting in the infrastructure and letting the development occur first. Let's let the development all along the Smart Track line. Don't put the stations in today. Let's wait till the development go in there. And then we'll put in the stations 10 years from now at a much higher cost. But that's something that we shouldn't be considering. The reality is that tax increment financing, the way it really works is you have to understand how term life insurance works. As a 20-year-old, if you buy term life insurance and you continue to buy term life insurance until you're age 65, the same insurance at age 65 costs you a lot more. And tax increment financing generates only a little bit of tax revenues in the early years, but 20 and 30 years down the road, it generates a hell of a lot more for the city. And so what the financing scheme that's put in place says, let's use some of our reserve, because we only get small amounts of money coming through this tax increment financing program. So let's sort of subsidize that in the short term through a bit of the city building fund and development charges. But we will reach a crossover point where the tax increment financing will be more than enough to carry its fair share. And that's really where the good, positive aspects come of tax increment finance. You don't see it until 20 years down the road. And it's unfortunate, but that's the reality.
Thank you. Councillor Palacio to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do support the recommendations within this report. This report reinforces the City Metro League's commitment to develop a joint framework for transit-oriented initiatives. And this is something that we've been working for the last few years, and that's good news for everyone. The 6 new transit stations, it's good news for City of Toronto, it's good news for transit users, it's good news for Toronto economic development and growth, is good news for employment, my friends, especially when we're dealing along the corridors. The new stations will provide a much faster service. In terms of frequency of vehicles during rush hours, that's going to be a huge plus. In terms of the electrification and electrifying the rail system, that's going to be huge. Our communities have been asking for that for the longest time. In terms of the transit fee integration, this is something that we should be very proud of, because that's exactly what people are saying, not only within City of Toronto, but within the region. Madam Speaker and members of Council, within the report there are 2 parts, very important parts, that it has to do, and it pertains to the west end of the City of Toronto, mainly to Ward 17 and Ward 11 that's adjacent to my ward. First, just to remind you about what happened 6 years ago, it was in 2012, that's when City Council authorized an environmental assessment that I asked, and that was simply to decongest an area that's the most congested and in the west part of the city, and that's within St. Clair, Old Weston Road, and Keele Street, north and south. A quadrant that's a nightmare in terms of traffic. And that was as a result of a prototype that was supposed to be built, and that's the St. Clair exclusive right-of-way that created a real bottleneck in that part of town. Councilor Mihevik, he mentioned, he spoke about it, how beautiful it would be from St. Clair to travel to the west, and either in whatever mode of transportation, either walking, cycling, or taking transit or whatever. But the problem was that transit project didn't lead to nowhere. It went to point A to point B, from Young Street to Guns Road, period. And all along, what this great community in the West, our communities, what they've been asking for is what we need is a connecting point, and that's a transit station. And that's where the smart transit station that we have on St. Clair and Old Weston Road makes so much sense, because that's a connecting point to the north, to the south, to the east, to the west. That's exactly what this community needed in terms of creating not only economic development opportunities, employment, and growth. This is good overall. The other part that I would like to talk to is with regards to the Metrolinx and the GO Transit, the smart tracking. There has been a tremendous amount of support from Metrolinx, from City of Toronto, from the Ministry of Transportation, and from the TTC in terms of working collectively. And that has been done by having a good business case analysis, by establishing principles of co-sharing, and developing also a station design concept through public consultation. And so we are advancing now to the transit project assessment process, municipally known as the TPAP. So all of that's great news. So we are doing and we are using the lessons to be learned from the mistakes that we did with some of the projects in the past. We are using that to advance forward in a more comprehensible way. So overall, this is good for the City of Toronto, good for public transit. It's about mobility choices for all users. It's about getting all levels of government to work together to make wise investments that will benefit everyone. It's about putting an end to decades of underinvestment, inaction, indecision, political inertia, and interference. So it's good news, and those are the reasons why I support. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Councillor Fletcher to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. First of all, I just will say, when I was first elected, I had a whole number of constituents come and say, why can't we get on that GO train at Gerrard and Carlaw, where there's a liquor store, the province owns land across the street, the city had a park, there's vacant lots everywhere, and they were just frustrated. They would see the train go by every day, and they could never get on the train. So this is a big step forward. It's something that people in communities have wanted for a long time. And then Councillor Lee reminded me, an executive, that he and I brought forward a motion for something called iMetro E back in, what year was it, 2009, perhaps, 2012, which was an idea from a Markham councillor to use the rail line. So this isn't just walked on or out of the blue. This is a long time thoughtful process, that we have a rail line that runs from the 905 right through the center of our city, goes to Union Station, and there's a lot of people that can't get on that train. So I'm very happy today, actually, Councillor Lee and myself, because this is something that we said, why shouldn't we look at that? That was 6 years ago, and here we are today looking at the stations. So there is a whole issue as well with these stations, and two of them have been noted to be not revenue neutral, but big revenue generators, one of them being East Harbour and the other being Liberty Village. But there are opportunities for development, as we know, in East Harbour, a 68-acre parcel that is devoted to jobs and the economy, sitting just north of the Portlands. And then, of course, there's the Portlands with a 25-acre housing development and a 75-acre park. All of these networks of transit are growing and linking together. Broadview streetcar will be extended all the way down to the Portlands. You'll be able to get off and get on the Smart Track, get on the GO line. And eventually, someday, when the province funds that, you will be able to get on the relief line at Eglinton and go all the way to Union Station. So this is a big decision. We're actually deciding to build something and actually start. Do I wish we owned it? Yes. Do I wish we operated it? Yes. But we don't. It is on their tracks, with their trains, and we are putting stations so our citizens, our residents, can get on those trains. And I urge you to vote for Councillor Davis's motion. She has said, if we're doing this already, doesn't it make sense for people to be able to get from Main Station across to the GO train? Well, yes, it does. So we're thinking about how to move our residents around in a way that puts them on transit and makes it very easy for them. The Gerard Carlaw station is one where we're already looking now at what a development scenario would be there. This council approved a study that would say there's two large plazas. It's a very large area, probably a 25, 30-acre area, to say, what will development look like here? Let's discuss with the community, because it will be intensified with that transit station there. There is something that I do want to draw to your attention. I was at the Metrolinx has a community liaison committee that people sit on across the entire tracks. And I don't know about other parts of the city, but once those trains are in the more urban areas, they're already pretty noisy. If you live in the East End, the train goes by, you stop talking, and then you start talking again. That's how we live in the East End of the city. And there is a whole discussion underway with Metrolinx about what kind of sound and vibration mitigation they will be introducing along the track. And I will be coming to this council to ask for your support to have full mitigation and sound mitigation and vibration mitigation for everyone who lives along those tracks. Because some of those trains will be going by every 3 to 5 minutes. My friends, that's an awful lot. I'll take my last seconds to just thank all of the staff, and particularly Mr. Petula and his team. They aren't just dealing with Smart Track, they're also dealing with the relief line, with hundreds of people out at meetings, looking at property with the assistance of our real estate division. So this is a very intense time for transit, and I will be supporting this report.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Next on the speakers list, Councillor Nunziata.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to make a few comments. First of all, I support the recommendations from Executive Committee. And I just had to make a few comments that it seems to me we continue to debate transit. For how many years have we debated transit in this council chambers? Like forever. Since amalgamation, prior to amalgamation, we're always debating transit. And it's always the same debate over and over again, and nothing ever gets built. I recall years ago, and I'm going to go back to 1995, when the province canceled the Eglinton subway, which went through my ward, and instead they gave Mal Lastman the Scarborough subway, which they did. There was an additional levy that was put onto your taxes to build the Scarborough. Now, in my area in York, when that subway was canceled, we had all these development applications along Eglinton and Black Creek, development applications that were ready to proceed with. Once that subway got canceled, everything got canceled. All the development applications, nothing. It has taken over 20 years since we have now the GO, the Up Express, the Smart Track. Then suddenly there's interest from developers to come in and redevelop the area. And we need to do that. So these stops in the Smart Track stations, which will have a huge impact in Mount Dennis as well as Weston and Kiel, we need development in these areas. And Councillor Mihevc, you remember what happened when we were York? Nothing. Yeah, so we need to move along. Like, we need to think of the suburbs, not just all downtown. Everything's downtown, please. We need to proceed with building transit and to revitalize and redevelop some of these parts of the city that's in desperate need of redevelopment. So please support the recommendations that we have before us, and Councillor Layton was absolutely correct. I heard the deputations at Executive Committee from some of his residents, and they were in full support of it, the Smart Track. So I'm just urging members to support the recommendations that we have before us. Do not delay and keep delaying transit. Let's move on and build good transit. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nunziata. Next on the speakers list is Councillor Karygiannis. Councillor Karygiannis, and he's our last speaker on the list before perhaps our mayor.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, allow me to come through this process to congratulate you knowing how to do things, and I know you're learning, but certainly I want to thank you for opening my mic. Congratulations are in order again, and I know you're in good hands with our Speaker, and she will give you some good guidance and some good quality times in how to deal with us when you're up on the Speaker's chair. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, you know, we're talking about Smart Track, and when it first came out, I had my doubts, and then as we moved along and we talked about the different stations, and they were saying that there's no parking at those stations, I certainly screamed at it and I said that we need parking. But you know what? You can take the idea of a Smart Track station and certainly turn it around. And I have to tell you, I want to thank Mayor Tory for his support in advance of what we're going to be doing. I have 3 stations in my area. I have Agincourt, I will be having Finch, which will be a Smart Track station, Finch and Kennedy, and I certainly have Milliken at Steeles and Kennedy. Madam Speaker, at Steeles and Kennedy, we certainly have moved forward and we have allowed mixed use to take place, and that mixed use we will have more intensification, more people living there. There will be people also that we looking in order to put business there, put roots. We will also be looking at having some towers that will be providing services to businesses. But one of the areas that I'm really bullish about, and I'm looking forward to working with city staff and working with planning staff as well as developers and as long as landlords, is the area at Kennedy and Finch. For those of you that had the opportunity to travel Finch east between Kennedy and Midland, you will see an area that has a couple of strip malls that are dying. You will see an area that has public storage. You'll see an area that certainly needs revamping. And it's in that area around that the new Smart Track stations, the thing will happen. It's in that area that we have opportunity to have mixed uses, in that area that we have the opportunity to attract more businesses. It's in that area that today, when I was speaking to the folks at homelessness and bringing and providing housing for our people that have less fortune, that we actually talked about to do something there and to create an opportunity for us to be able to house people and to give them a hand up. And it's in that area that we have an opportunity to build. And for that, Madam Speaker, as we move on with the new Smart Track stations, I invite my colleagues not just to look at the cost, not to look at how we get the people there.
Sorry, Councillor, I'm going to put your time on hold. If I can please ask members of council and the public, please, and staff, to please try to keep it down.
Listening, right?
It's very noisy.
No, you listen to what I'm saying about Finch.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was just...
Okay, please.
Finch is a little bit east of you, Councillor.
Okay, Councillor
You'll continue on Finch, you pass Victoria Park where you are, and if you go, you will...
Okay, you can continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the Chief Planner for certainly lending an ear, because this will be coming in his area pretty soon. Madam Speaker, it's not that we're just going to build a Smart Track station or another GO station. It's the opportunity that we have to build around it. It's the opportunity that Bill 139, the new legislative bill in the province of Ontario, gives us in order to, around that station, to intensify. to build more housing, to build more high-rises, to build more businesses, and it's that where we got to look at. We got to look through the prism of not, I'm just going to get a GO station that will bring a couple of my constituents downtown. I'm going to get a GO station, and what can I do around it? Can I make it a destination? Can I make it a destination where people will go to? Can I make it a destination that people that are in Metrolinx, GO Transit Line, can go there? That's what I'm looking forward to do. I invite my other colleagues that will be getting a Smart Track station or have a GO station to look through the prism of what do I do in order to make this area better. What can I do in order to provide development? What can I do in order to provide housing? And through that, Madam Speaker, we can only move forward and build a better Toronto. And for that, I want to thank the Mayor for his support in advance. I want to sort of flag this development coming around the corner, fast and furious, to the Chief Planner. And I'm sure that moving forward, this will be a rising example of how we can make this city work better. I think this will be probably the second largest development area in the city of Toronto, and the third one after Agincourt Mall that my good colleague has. But I'll probably beat him in putting shovels in the ground. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Okay, so that was the last speaker, and Mayor Tory.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the staff and thank all the members of Council for their contributions to the debate. You know, it was interesting to me to listen to people making reference in the debate, our colleagues, about past discussions, many debates over many years where we talked about why shouldn't we take a look at that? Or I heard a reference to proposals we've made over the years to the province. I distinguish those respectfully by saying we are sitting here today talking about something that is becoming very real. This is the stage at which we are moving forward to actually start to build transit stations inside the City of Toronto. And I just would say, respectfully to my colleagues as we proceed, this is not any reason to take anything that's second best, but at the same time, we cannot let the perfect be the enemy of the good, or to use another expression that sometimes is the same, let's maybe look at taking a diamond if it has a slight flaw as opposed to a pebble that has none. Because in the end of the day, the fact is that we need transit, and there has never, I would challenge anybody to name me a major infrastructure project, transit or otherwise, that started off as a concept during an election campaign and didn't end up being quite different by the time it was actually open. There isn't one. I mean, anything that goes for concept, whether it starts with a concept, whether it started in an election campaign or not, is going to go through an evolution and change. And I have, as Councillor Layton said, been quite willing to see the need to make changes to this thing as we've gone through, as facts and other kinds of things were presented to me. But the bottom line is, and I want to just correct two sets of what I'll call alleged facts, because they are alleged and they were put forward by members of council in the debate, and I just want to clarify them. Number one, the direct comparison made by Councillor Matlow between a 6-station project and a 22-station project. And he knows, and everybody else here knows, that the original Smart Track always included 8 existing stations inside the City of Toronto. So if you want to make at least a fair comparison, it's 14 to 22. And in that case, even that isn't the whole story, because depending on what this council decides we do with the Eglinton West LRT, the 14 number will also rise, because there were stations to the west on the Smart Track part where I did change my mind and say that we couldn't tunnel that will be added to the 14 total. So, but let's be fair, that's all. It's not 6 versus 22, it's 14 versus 22, just to be fair. And the second is Councillor Wong Tam's suggestion that this is entirely an investment in the provincial transportation system. Let me simply read from the report prepared by our own professional public servants on page 3 of, I think it's attachment number 1. The Smart Track Stations program is the incremental infrastructure the city is nominating and funding above and beyond the province's planned investments in the Regional Express Rail program, and can be defined strictly as 6 stations, etc., etc. These are stations, and when people have posed the question, including Councillor Wong Tam, through you, Madam Speaker, about, well, sort of why aren't we being treated the same as other municipalities, the other municipalities are not proposing to build stations that the province would not otherwise have built to suit their own local needs. This whole thing is about not moving people from 905 through 416. It is about moving people inside 416 to and from where they're going on heavy rail. And so, of course, they were not, if you go back and look at the original concept of Regional Express Rail, they weren't building these stations. We're paying for them because we want to build them, because we want to make available an option for people to use this. And I totally agree with whoever said this is not the relief line. I think that was also Councillor Wong Tam. It's not. But will it provide some degree of relief in the shorter term than the relief line will be finished, which thank goodness we're underway with? Yes, it will. And that's why I'm so anxious, among other reasons, to see it proceeded with. And I guess I'll just say very quickly on a couple of other things. Bottom line, the stations wouldn't be built if we weren't asking for them to be included on top of Regional Express Rail. Number two, the wisdom of the investment, which was raised by somebody, $1.5 billion. This is actually the cheapest transit that we're ever going to get inside the City of Toronto. For $1.5 billion or 1.2 plus whatever increments we put on top of it, we are going to get 33 million riders going on SmartTrack each and every year, according to our own staff's report. On the TIF, which has been mentioned a few times, I'll point out again that our staff have said the number they've included that comes from TIF is very conservative, to use their words. Very conservative, and the allocation from within that very conservative total estimate of what is being applied to this project is 15% of it. So that it's a very conservative estimate coming, I will say, based on a view that I have, that a lot of other people have, and these experts obviously do, that this city is going to continue to grow. Hands up. I mean, all those who think the city is not going to continue to grow based on any indication anybody has had so far. And so I would just say that if you add to that then the fact that up until now, on fare integration, what happened before this term in office on any previous council? Zero. When it comes to new transit that was funded in this city from any other council before this one, how much was funded? New transit going forward? Zero. How many new stations, transit stations, were funded in the City of Toronto up until the time of this council, with the exception of the Scarborough Bloor Danforth subway extension, with some people disputing here? The answer is zero. How much funding and work had been done on the relief line, much talked about for decades in here before this term of council? The answer is zero. We are finally making progress on these things, and SmartTrack is a big part of it. It is going to use the GO tracks. It is going to build new stations. It is going to move 33 million people a year, and we've made huge progress on it being done for the price of a TTC fare and achieving fare integration. And that is why I think this report should be voted on. I'll say one last thing, and I thank you for the indulgence of 1 minute, Madam Speaker, and that is that Councillor Davis is having a good day because she's batting 500. I would support her first motion to do with Main Street, but not the second one. But that's 1 out of 2. That's batting 500, and I think that's excellent. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Okay, so our first motion, we'll put it on the screen, is a motion by Councillor Crawford, motion 2A. Recorded vote.
Councillor Fletcher, please.
Councillor Perruzza, please.
Yeah. How come?
The motion carries 41 to 1. That is not what you see on the votes above you because the chair was not changed before the vote was taken. Councillor Nunziata's vote was yes, and it will show in the minutes.
Oh, because we switched. Oh. Okay. Councillor. Motion to be by Councillor Crawford. Recorded vote.
Councillor Kelly, please.
Motion to be carries 34 to 9.
Nothing personal, big guy. I just like you and sick. I think it's great.
Motion 3B by Councillor Davis. Recorded vote. Oh, 3B is redundant, sorry. Okay. So, motion 1 by Councillor Mammoliti. Recorded vote.
I like the intent.
We're going to try this again after June 7th.
Yeah, I really need a third button in Giorgio motion.
Are we together on this? No, hey, one more. Send the message to the shut this up way.
Councillor Crisanti, please.
Just vote against it, Councillor Davis, if you want.
Councillor Crisanti, your vote, please.
Whoops. Motion number 1 does not carry. The vote is 3 to 40.
Motion, Councillor Pasternak?
Yeah, I do apologize. I was distracted by my good friends over here.
I told you what you did.
I'll move, Madam Speaker, I'll move to reopen it. I heard him actually say, how did they get 3 votes for that? Then he looked up and he realized the third one was his.
Okay, motion.
Nothing that I could not repeat in public.
So motion, Councillor Shiner is moving to reopen. All in favor, carried. So let's do it again. Motion 1 by Councillor Mammoliti.
The hearing's done in that area.
Yeah.
Councillor Mihevc, please.
Yeah. Okay, we're voting on the motion again.
The motion does not carry. The vote is 2 to 41.
2. Oh, come on.
You know what? It's been a while since you've put in a full day.
Okay, Counselor DeBaremaker is moving to reopen. And this is the last time. All in favor? No, okay, we're voting on the motion again.
Let's spend the next 3 days voting on my motion.
No, George, because by the second day you won't be here.
Councillor Wong Tam, please. Thank you.
The motion does not carry. The vote is 1 to 42.
No, that's it. Motion 3A by Councillor Davis, recorded vote.
Councillor Bailão, please.
You have to get up.
Councillor Mihevc and Councillor Crisanti, please.
The motion carries 40 to 3.
Okay. Yes, Councillor Campbell. Councillor Campbell is asking that recommendation 2 be voted separately, so we'll vote on recommendation 2 first. Recorded vote. Okay, recorded vote. We're voting on recommendation 2.
Councillor Davis. Councillor Perruzza, please.
Councillor Crisanti, please.
Recommendation 2. Sorry. What are we voting? Sorry. Recommendation 2 carries 35 to 8.
Okay, the rest of the report item is amended, recorded vote. Yes, the balance. As amended. Redundant. Yeah, it's redundant.
Councillor Karygiannis, we've
I
closed the vote.
said
How
that
do you
when we
vote,
were
sir?
voting.
Okay. Councillor Karygiannis, we've closed the vote. How did you vote, sir? Councillor Thompson, unfortunately, we closed the vote. Can you tell us how you vote? Thank you. Councillor Mihevc, we closed the vote early. Can you tell us your vote verbally, please? And lastly, Councillor Holland, how do you vote? We closed the vote early, so how do you vote? Okay. Okay.
The balance of the item carries 37 to 6.
Okay. Okay, so now we'll go to the next mayor's key item, which is on page 4, EX 33.2, expanded gaming at Woodbine Racetrack. Questions to staff. Councillor Robinson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to ask staff about the requests that were made at the Executive Committee, doesn't seem like very long ago, about child care. If staff could quickly breeze through the supplementary report, but if you could just expand on the outcome of that discussion.
Casino. Woodbine. Switching over.
Hold on. Do we have staff here to answer? Here, I'll reset your time.
Thank you. Probably not necessary, though.
Who is here to answer the question? Okay, Councillor Robinson, can you just ask it again, please?
Okay, absolutely. As a result of Executive Committee, there was motions placed about child care as part of this whole entire operation and entity. I just wanted to know the results of the discussions. We do have a supplementary report, but I just wanted to hear from you directly.
There you go. Through the Speaker, we did consult with the service provider who said that they were not in a position to provide daycare at this time.
So the end result is they will not provide daycare as part of the conditions?
Not on this phase. Not as part of this phase.
So the service provider, because it wasn't part of the RFP that had been put out by OLG, so they're not prepared at this point in time to provide daycare. But there are going to be developments on the rest of the properties, and there might be opportunities at that point.
And so therefore, would there be, would residents and taxpayers be on the hook for providing daycare in that area? Because it was identified as an area that would require daycare because of the casino workers.
So through the Speaker, my understanding is when those lands get developed and planning can confirm, there would be an opportunity to negotiate certain benefits, of which daycare could be.
Okay, so that would be funded then, what you're saying to me is that would be funded by possibly Section 37 or other, not 42, but Sections 37 that come out of development applications?
Through the Speaker, that's correct. The second phase of development to the west, on the west side of the property, is an area identified for future residential and other kinds of development. It needs to be rezoned. And at that time, Council can consider through that process the appropriate range of uses and services that would be for that community at that time. And that could include daycare and be secured through a Section 37 agreement.
So Section 37 is what's a potential outcome for this?
It's a potential outcome as they would be seeking an increase in height and density from the land's current zoning.
Okay, so to the acting city manager, therefore, the taxpayers, residents would not be funding a daycare or subsidies for a casino.
For the construction of the casino, that's correct.
They would not be funding, taxpayers would not be funding or providing a service, child care service, for staff or workers of a casino.
So I just want to clarify if you're speaking operating costs or the construction costs.
What are you referencing? The casino?
I'm referencing the capital. I'm referencing the capital costs of building a daycare.
Right, both. Okay. Capital and running it, both. The whole enchilada is what I'm asking about.
So at the...
I can take that.
Thank you.
The capital costs, as we heard, would be funded through Section 37 in all likelihood. With respect to operating costs, we wouldn't build a childcare centre specific to one group of employees. It would be a community-based childcare centre. The extent to which employees would be eligible for childcare fee subsidies, which are cost shared by the province, would be based on the regulatory income test.
But hasn't it been identified, certainly by a number of the speakers at Executive Committee, that some of the employees of this operation, a number of them would require daycare, and so why would that not be funded by the casino versus taxpayers? That's my question.
Well, all employees in the City of Toronto with children, many of them do require childcare fee subsidies. We don't fund the childcare specifically because of the nature of the employment. An individual is eligible for fee subsidy based on their income through a regulated income test from the province. We don't look at what they are doing for a living. The key eligibility requirement is that they are either employed, attending school, or have a special need.
So what you're saying is that the capital costs could be funded through Section 37, but the operating costs and potential subsidies would be billed to the taxpayer.
Fee subsidies are cost shared by the taxpayer provincially and municipally. There are also parent fees that contribute to offset the cost of childcare. So the structure of a community-based childcare in this area of the city financially wouldn't be no different than it is in any other area of the city.
But you're not answering my question. My question is, would residents be paying tax? Would tax dollars go toward this?
If an individual is eligible and receives a fee subsidy, yes, tax dollars go towards that fee subsidy.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Perks, questions?
Thank you, Speaker. I suppose my questions will go to the City Solicitor. There's been a number of discussions going around about some tricky legal waters we may be in. I just want to make sure that I understand with some precision what the legalities are here. First, let's begin with the Community Benefits Agreement. If Council, reviewing the document that's in front of us now, determines that in some area the proposal doesn't live up to the original list of 21 requirements, we can tweak or improve or impose something to make sure it actually does deliver on that, and that's fine and good and legal and okay.
So when Council passed its conditional resolution in 2015, it also endorsed a process for assessing whether the conditions had been met. That process contemplated a report back from staff after selection of the service provider and negotiation with the service provider. You have that report before you at this time, and it includes staff assessment that the conditions set out in the term sheet for the community benefits agreement includes steps that would meet the conditions. That being said, this is Council's opportunity to decide whether that is Council's view. You have staff's advice.
Yeah. But I would
caution Council, though, that this is not a time to add new conditions.
Right. So in terms of when the Province of Ontario asked us, do we want a casino, and we said yes, but under these conditions, we can't go in and just add brand new conditions tied to that legal instrument at this time, but rather if there are things we feel, in your advice, don't meet what we were after in the list of original 21 conditions, we can tweak them to make sure they do meet what we as the elected body feel is the public interest in how to meet those 21 conditions. That's fair and good and the correct process, right?
I would add only that you do have advice from staff today that the conditions are met by the proposal before Council today. Okay. If there is a suggestion that one of the terms in the term sheet should be modified, I would strongly recommend that the councillor wishing to move that consult with staff.
Very good. Additionally, we're being asked to consider a planning matter here. And as we would normally when we're considering a planning matter, we can consider whether the planning matter is in the public interest. In fact, specifically, Section 5125 of the Planning Act says that we can enter into an agreement, one or more agreements, that may consider the provision of municipal and other services. So if we feel on a planning basis that having this large body here creates something where we feel there's a necessary planning thing, is, you know, we will often add a requirement for a public road or a daycare or some other amenity that we feel is in the public interest, we can do that. And if the proponent doesn't like it, their relief is not to take us to court and sue us, but rather to go to the Ontario Municipal Board. Right? So my question is, if they don't like what we have done here, their relief isn't to say they've spent a bunch of money and they object. Rather, their relief would be to go to the Ontario Municipal Board and say that our planning rationale was insufficient, and we would fight that out there.
Well, that's a fairly complicated question.
That's why I asked.
Yes, I understand. Because I don't have the specific motion to assess. So it's conceivable that there would be an argument that whatever council proposed would be an added condition.
Right.
Okay? But it's also conceivable that it would be a proper condition or a term of a subdivision agreement which could be challenged at the municipal board. But then again, we would have to give advice on the strength of the city's case. If I could, just quickly, because I've only got 30 seconds left.
If, let's say, the proponent here felt that we did something on the planning side that they didn't want to do, and they said, well, we're going to sue the heck out of the city for all the money we've spent so far, a defense the city could say is, well, no, actually, the proponent has an opportunity for relief here, which is to go to the Ontario Municipal Board and argue that what the City Council's asked for is not good planning. That would be available to us. No, as a defense if they attempt to sue us. That would be available to us.
That was your last question.
I'm uncomfortable answering that question without seeing the proposal, because I would there may be, yes.
Two-sided. Thank you. Councillor Doucette.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At Etobicoke Community Council, we heard about conditions 1 to 12. In the supplementary report which came to Community Council, it indicated that condition 1 had then been satisfied to planning's opinion. Could you please explain to us what that condition was and what block 9 and 10 actually mean as built form?
Thank you. Through you, Madam Speaker. Yes. So in the initial staff report, staff were of the opinion that condition 1 had been partially met because the property owner, Woodbine Entertainment Group, had said that they would be developing Block 9, but we had no assurances about what Block 9 would be and when it would come forward. So the supplemental report addressed the submission by Woodbine Entertainment Group, I believe it was dated March 27th, wherein they consented and said that they would be building 3 buildings on the other side of Queens Plate Drive as a first phase, and that would attach itself to the public road and create what we felt was an appropriate level of synergy so that it addressed Council's requirement for a development that went just beyond the casino building.
But those extra buildings, what were they? Were they retail? What were they? They weren't connected to the casino building, were they? They were extra.
That's correct, yes. It's across Queens Plate Drive from the front door of the casino. They're intended to be retail and service buildings that wrap the relocated walking ring, which was also part of the agreement that Woodbine put on the table for that. So the idea was that it created a framing of the main entrance into the casino and entertainment venue, as well as created a framing around the walking ring, which is a very ceremonial function for the racetrack itself. So we were of the opinion that it tied the functionality of the racetrack and the adjacent uses to the racetrack to the casino and the entertainment venue, which is what Council's condition asked for.
And this is in the northeast corner of the property, almost as you come in the main road, the main entrance off the main road.
Yes, I guess it's more towards the center of the property than it is towards the northeast corner. Yes.
So if we were going to be asking for a daycare, and it's not just going to be there for the employees of the people working on the site, would it not make most sense to put it into the first phase of Block 9 or 10, probably Block 9, where it's fairly near to the entrance, so people coming in from the community to use the daycare don't have to go through the whole rigmarole of all the streets to actually drop their children off?
I don't know that you could say it that black and white, Councillor, because we don't know what the rest of the land uses that are going to emerge around the blocks 9 and 10 will be. There are a number of scenarios that pop immediately to mind that actually may be better locations for daycares. So it's very difficult to say in the absence of that.
The other thing we heard at Community Council was residents were wanting to know when the single-family home development was going to be built and when the sports facilities were being built, which the community can use. Do we have any idea? Is it 5 years out, 10 years out, 25 years out? And is there something in any of these documents which says they must be built, rather than, okay, we can do blocks 9 and 10, get your gambling house, and then we don't have to do anything else?
First part of the question is no, we have heard nothing from Woodbine Entertainment Group about what their future plans are beyond Block 9. And the second part, we have no information about that.
So there's nothing in our documents saying
there is nothing that requires anything further than the Block 9 and Block 10 at this point in time, as Phase 1. That's correct.
Okay. Also, just a quick question, which I know some of us councillors and I know the Speaker always does. Is there somewhere in this agreement that during construction you have to use Hammerhead students to help construct this?
That's not a planning question. That would be over to the
Who do I ask that one to? I'm not sure. City manager or someone, or Chris maybe. So is there somewhere in this agreement that Hammerhead students must be used during this construction? It's going to be a big construction, and it's a great opportunity for this community to be involved with training and giving kids a step up in their lives.
There is a requirement in the term sheet for some 10% social hiring on construction. We don't name specific programs that would be utilized to access the participants.
Would it be advisable to name programs, or we just don't name programs?
There may be any number of programs, and certainly Hammerheads could be one of them.
But you would be looking at that point in time to see what community groups there are who would benefit from getting job opportunities.
Correct. We would be working with Construction Connections, which is a process that's been established in relation to the Metrolinx agreement.
Okay, that was your last question. Thank you. Councillor Wong-Tam.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and through you to staff. There's a body of academic literature that says that a casino can have a negative impact on the local community by reducing spending at non-casino related businesses. Was this analysis included in the report?
Councillor, we did look at how much would be net impact on versus the total spending. The inverse of that is the amount of activity that would be withdrawn, if you will, from the rest of the regional economy. What we can't do is pin down how much would be from the city versus the rest of the GTA and how much would be from future growth versus existing businesses.
But yet, although you couldn't do this work, there is some academic literature that suggests that casinos cost the local economy as much as $3 per $1 revenue that a casino brings in to the community. Were you aware of this information?
Yes, so when we were looking originally at the casino debates and there was a downtown site, this was a very important element, and we put in conditions at the time. It obviously didn't materialize. So we are very familiar with this issue. This casino is in a neighborhood area where there are almost no major competing uses for that type of for entertainment spending. So if you were to put this in any neighborhood in the Toronto region that would minimize that, this would be a location for that.
But it would also probably scrub the area of any other economic opportunities if it wasn't casino directly related.
I wouldn't agree with that.
Okay. But then you also say that it would have impact in other neighborhoods that already had existing local economies.
It will be where the people who come from to the casino, where else they would have spent the money, and since this draws from the whole region and tourists, the impact will be spread out over the whole region, and it is impossible to specify. Unlike in the downtown location, when we knew it would take away from entertainment uses and retail and food service uses in the immediate neighborhood to the convention center.
Okay, thank you. CAMH reports that 1/4 of casino revenue usually directly comes from problem gambling. Was this information included in the report?
They have these diagrams. Where is it? You obviously didn't read my circulation.
My clock is ticking.
New Zealand.
Through the chair, that was included in the Board of Health reports of 2012 and 2015. To my knowledge, it wasn't included in this report in detail because our role in public health at the time when this report was coming forward was to present options for mitigation of gambling, given that the decision was to go ahead with the expansion.
Okay, so it was included in the prior report, not quite included in this report, but those conditions will still remain true. Those numbers will most likely not change over the last 2 or 3 years.
The 24%, that's correct, would be logical to remain constant.
And my attendance at the committee would have revealed that there was admission from staff, agreement from staff, I should probably say, that the social impacts around the casino and the gambling would not be studied until after the agreement was signed. Is that correct?
To my knowledge, there is a monitoring plan in place, and that would occur once the expansion was open, so it would be after, correct?
So the current service levels for people who require addiction counseling, who require additional supports, are those current service levels adequate now, before the opening of a casino or the expansion of a casino?
So through the chair, that's not something I can comment on. It hasn't been part of the assessment that's been done.
But generally, you engage in the health field. Is if someone who requires supports for counseling for gambling, can you just walk up to any clinic and say, "There's no lineup, no wait list. I get in right away for service," or is there a wait list? You should know that, I would imagine.
Again, through the chair, it's not something I can comment on in that specificity. I can say that mental health services in general are difficult to access quickly. There tends to be wait lists for many of the services that are needed.
And the province has stipulated that mental health and addictions go hand in hand. The Chinese Family Services of Ontario has submitted some correspondence where they suggest that there's been targeted marketing against the Chinese community for the past 10 years by for-profit gaming organizations, and that they themselves have not been able to keep up with the demand for service in this community. Can you speak to this matter? Is there any truth to what they're saying, or are they misrepresenting themselves?
Thank you. That was your last question.
So through the chair, the Chinese Family Services of Ontario have provided information to this project in the earlier reports that Public Health presented to the board 2012 and 15. And that material was included. When we looked at the published literature in terms of who's at risk, it was not any particular cultural group other than the Indigenous population.
Councillor Cressy.
Thank you, Speaker. I'll direct my questions to Toronto Public Health. My first question for Toronto Public Health, there's been a lot of discussion in the context of this casino expansion related to problem gambling. To set the context for my questions, could you just define what is problem gambling?
Sure. Problem gambling is gambling behavior which is continuous, and it continues over a period of loss, and it includes losing control because of a preoccupation with gambling and money and irrational thinking. So it's something that takes place over time and includes a loss of control.
And associated with problem gambling are negative health consequences. Is that why we refer to it as problem gambling?
Correct. So there are obviously both social and financial problems that cause negative impacts on health.
All right. And in the research into problem gambling, has Toronto Public Health identified that particular people or demographics of people are susceptible to problem gambling?
So again, through the chair, the literature shows that men, low-income individuals, Indigenous populations, youth, are all at increased risk for problem gambling.
Men, low-income, Indigenous populations, and youth?
Correct.
All right. And what percentage of gamblers, based on the research you've seen that Toronto Public Health has looked at, what percentage of gamblers are identified as problem gamblers?
So in the GTA, it's approximately 11,000 individuals. We see a prevalence of what is called problem gambling, and that's an approximate number.
All right. And do we have a sense of a percentage with, or let me put it this way, what percentage of revenue within casinos, based on literature and research you've seen, comes from problem gamblers?
So that previous number that was quoted, 24%, is correct.
So 1/4 of revenue comes from low-income men, Indigenous populations, and youth who are struggling with the effects of gambling.
Correct. The only other group I neglected to mention among those at risk is older adults.
All right. From a public health perspective, are gambling and casinos healthy?
So the health risks that I mentioned earlier are related to having strains on social and financial situations within individuals' lives and their families. So know that the negative health impacts of those issues make it unhealthy.
So casinos are not healthy and cannot be. Is that right?
I would say that individuals who are participating in gambling are at risk for those negative health impacts of social and financial problems.
All right. Now, are there increased risks for health risks associated with 24 hours? Are 24-hour operations for casinos or gambling facilities?
So I wouldn't say they're increased risk, but we were asked to put together a list of mitigation measures if gambling was an activity that was continuing, and in this case expansion. So the list of mitigation measures that we provided included not being open 24 hours. So it's not our list as in Toronto Public Health, it's a list of what the published literature shows has an effect on the behavior of the individuals in gambling casinos. So we recommended 18-hour open.
So just to build on that, when Toronto Public Health and the Board of Health as well reviewed possible casino expansion in this city in 2012 and in 2015, there was a recommendation to not exceed 18 hours. Is that correct?
To my knowledge, it was in 2015 when we were asked for mitigation measures to not exceed to not be open 24 hours, but to be open 18.
All right. So in 2015, when the Board of Health considered this, the recommendation was to not exceed 18 hours. Has that recommendation been met in the agreement in front of us?
It was not part of the agreement. So to be clear, we were asked to provide a set of mitigation measures that were shown to have an effect within the published literature. So we provided that. From that list, some were chosen and became part of the conditions. They're in condition 19, 20, and 21, and those conditions have been met. They don't include the 18-hour open.
All right. So that direction from Toronto Public Health and the Board of Health, that mitigation measure was not included.
That recommendation was not fully met. Some of them were met in
some were, this was not.
Condition 19, 20, and 21.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Crisanti.
No, thank you, Madam Speaker. Just to clarify, what we have in front of us, maybe if staff could kindly explain exactly what we have in front of us and why we're here today. Like, what are the recommendations?
Sorry, Councillor, can you repeat the question?
Yeah, if you could kindly just explain why we're here today and what the recommendations before us are.
In this report back is responding to a 2015 direction where Council approved conditionally expanded gaming at Woodbine, and the service provider was to meet 21 conditions. We're reporting back on those 21 conditions.
Right. So we're here to discuss those 21 conditions, but not to debate. We had the debate in 2015. Can you explain what happened then in 2015 in July?
So through the Speaker, in 2015, Council approved proceeding with the expansion.
Yes.
Subject to 21 conditions being met. So over a period of 6 months or so, staff negotiated or entered into negotiations with the service provider and I should also explain that once Council approved those conditions, they were included in the procurement package that OLG released. Once OLG had identified a service provider, city staff began negotiations with that provider to ensure that those 21 conditions are met. And the report before you today basically deals with the 21 conditions. There's the Community Council report and the Executive Committee report combined. We're advising that the staff recommend that, based on their review, those 21 conditions have been satisfied.
So, to be clear, then we had the debate in 2015 on whether or not this council is in favor of expanded gaming. So we had a thorough debate, and we said, yes, we're in favor of expanded gaming, subject to the 21 conditions, 9 of which are social conditions, 12 of which are planning conditions. So we're here only to deal with that today.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, these 21 conditions, have they all been met? I know that staff has been working diligently over a number of months and years now, since 2015, and thank you for that, but have they all been met?
Through you, Madam Speaker, yes, it is staff's opinion that the conditions have been met.
And it's so critical for us in Etobicoke North to have an impactful and an effective community benefits agreement. Has that particular area been also successfully met, the community benefits agreement?
Through the Speaker, based on the 9 conditions established by Council in 2015, we believe that those conditions have been met within the term sheet for the community benefits agreement before you.
Okay. Now, could you kindly just tell me a little bit about that community benefits agreement, how this particular agreement might compare to other ones we've had in the city? Is this somewhat unique in nature?
The entire approach of community benefits is somewhat unique. It is an evolving way of doing business. Certainly, a community benefits agreement of this magnitude is new and not something we've considered before in the Toronto context.
Right. Would you describe this as a good agreement for the community, and one that will benefit the local community?
The advice of staff is that this agreement provides the best opportunities within the context of this particular proposal and this particular community. The hard targets with respect to social and local hiring and full-time, part-time, diverse supplier procurement are significant.
All right, thank you. And just very quickly, I wanted to talk a bit about jobs. How many current jobs are at the Woodbine racetrack right now?
550.
At the track, the racetrack. I have a number much higher.
Oh, no, sorry. At the whole Woodbine?
Yes.
It's over 2,000 at the racetrack alone.
Okay, I have a number still significantly higher, but nonetheless, will
4,000, I'm told. Sorry.
All right. So will the expanded gaming help support and protect these jobs that are currently there?
That was your last question.
One would expect that it would, by bringing more people to the track.
Okay, thank you. No, sorry. Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Speaker. Since we're signing the community benefits agreement, will we be able to determine if the targets are met? Will we decide if the targets have been met?
Through the Speaker, the term sheet contains requirements for Community Steering Committee, an Employment and Labour Market Advisory Group, and Responsible Gaming. There will be regular reporting both on the community impacts.
I just want to know if the city has the right to determine whether or not targets have been met.
Yes.
Okay. And if they haven't been met, what mechanisms for enforcement do we have?
The report before you recommends that the community benefits agreement be tied to future land use approvals, and that for future land use approvals to proceed, the community benefit agreement must be in good standing.
What if they don't proceed with additional land use? How are we going to enforce the targets, achieving the targets?
The term sheet does not contain any enforcement mechanisms beyond those available to us.
So they're not enforceable if they don't build out. So just to talk about the building out, how do we compel them to build out the subdivision?
Sorry, Councillor, could you repeat the question?
How are we going to compel them to complete the master plan and build out?
The way the two reports come together, the two reports through the chair that are before council, the community benefits agreement must be signed and entered into prior to as part of a condition of the subdivision agreement. The bills for the zoning bylaw amendment that is also in front of you needs to be, that community benefits agreement needs to be signed prior to council adopting that bill.
But
so
if
council could approve the report today, but the bill may be at a future meeting of City Council.
If they
give
choose,
us time to enter into that agreement and secure those conditions.
But if they choose not to go ahead and build out, or it takes a very long time for them to build out, what mechanism exists to compel them to meet the community benefits agreement for the casino part? I don't understand this.
You mean after the adoption of the bill, if they didn't perform? If they didn't perform in accordance with the conditions of the agreement?
They have to sign the community benefits agreement, and it's secured through development agreements. If they don't proceed with the development agreements, what's enforcing the community benefits agreement just for the casino components?
Through you, Councillor, there's a condition in the staff report on the planning report, and it's condition 7B, which says prior to the bills going forward to council for enactment, that the community benefits agreement has to be entered into and in good standing. So if they don't do that, then they don't get the bills, then they don't get the zoning, then they don't get the building permit to build the casino. So they have to have that in hand before the casino.
Before the bills for the casino, they
Correct.
must have this,
Correct.
regardless of the build out or not.
Correct.
Okay. On the Deputy City Manager Baxter Trahair, the employment and labor market, condition 14 and 15 in the agreement, speaks to three streams: stability for current staff, expanded employment, employment equity, new recruitment. Would you not agree that having childcare is fundamental to most employers to ensure stability of staff and reaching out and ensuring new recruitment? Would you not agree that childcare has always been seen under our policy of the city as being as contributing to those employment factors? Absolutely. It's key to retaining and recruiting staff, that they have options for childcare. Right now, in the area, you say that there's 1,220 spaces. That represents 20% of the child population, and my calculation says if they have to achieve 50% capacity to meet 50% of the population, they would require 1,830 spaces. How many spaces are you suggesting will be built in the next 10 years? Is it 1,830 spaces in this area?
Okay, that was your last question?
Sorry, I'm going to request that the Acting General Manager respond to that question. She has the data.
1,730 spaces. It's 1,767 spaces through you, Chair, that would need to be built by 2026 in order to achieve the 50% target.
Okay, that was your last question, Councillor Davis. Sorry. So, Councillor Davis, Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to be clear on the pathway, and I don't know who can answer this, of this report. So it actually went to Etobicoke York Community Council.
Through you, yes.
Sorry.
The report on the planning applications went through Etobicoke York Community Council. So there's a zoning bylaw amendment application. There are 2 of them for the expanded gaming, and a plan of subdivision report that went through Community Council. And through those reports, we provided our opinions on the first 12 of the conditions.
So the zoning bylaw went to Community Council, as any zoning bylaw would do, and amendments could be made there by Community Council, or Council could make amendments. Would I be correct?
That's correct.
So that's the purview of Council, because this is the first time we've seen that, and if anything maybe didn't get in Community Council, that could be added in here.
That would be correct, but again, there's issues around what was issued public notice as well. If council wanted to go too far, you'd have to be careful around that matter.
To go too far, I guess if information or there have been discussions at the Community Council level that people heard, then that would still be within the purview of Council.
I would think so, yes.
If there was issues raised there that City Council wished to deal with, that wouldn't be something new, would it? It had already been raised.
No, that's correct. What I was referring to was the permissions.
Yes. And often and then for the other report, that went to executive, correct? So.
That's correct. The report that went to executive dealt with the 9 community and social conditions like employment, etc.
And at that point, there were many discussions. There was deputants and discussion on all parts of the report. And there's been recommendations by staff on certain things. But the purview of Council remains to look and see if we've achieved everything we wanted to achieve, whether it's the zoning bylaw or whether it's this report. Would I be right?
So council has to determine whether they're satisfied that the 9 social conditions and the 12 planning conditions that they set back in 2015 are met, are satisfied.
In the report coming through executive?
That's correct.
But in the report coming through the zoning bylaw, there are other things as well, as we often do, in looking at amplifying permissions to rezone something that we would like to have other things added in. Is that not what we often do? We'll have a construction liaison committee, we'll have regular reporting, we'll have a committee that exists through, whether it's just through construction or actual operations, and often that has been the case. I've had many of those.
I'm sorry, Councillor, there were parts of that I missed. Could you go over that again?
So we just heard that we have to be satisfied if the conditions that were asked for were met.
Right.
And then I would say that at that point it came to executive, there would be conversations about, are we satisfied? Is there anything more? And that's Council's purview. Are we satisfied? Is there anything more? For a zoning bylaw that comes forward, we are able to also say, are we satisfied? Is there anything more? In other words, maybe we need a park. Maybe we need a child care. Maybe we need a construction liaison committee. Maybe we need a monitoring committee. All of those things can be added in to a zoning bylaw in the final approval. I believe I'm correct.
Parts of that I would say, yes, you're correct, but when you're talking about parks, you have limitations on Section 42 and all of those issues as well.
But on the other things, in other words, some oversight requirements in order to build something, we often put conditions.
That's correct. Yes.
Often at usually at community council, but council can also do that.
That is correct.
Thank you. Did you, I'm sorry, did you?
I just wanted to clarify, we're trying to what council has to do is determine whether the current conditions that they approved in 2015 are met. What we cannot do is add new conditions. That's all.
However, through the zoning bylaw, we can add new conditions. At any time, when it's here for approval as a zoning bylaw, we can add conditions on a zoning bylaw. Thank you very much.
Councillor Ford.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and through you to staff. So we've heard a number of times that these conditions were set out back in July 2015. Who set those conditions?
Through the Speaker, Council set those conditions.
It was City Council who set these conditions. At that particular time, could a council put 22 conditions, 25 conditions, heck, 100 conditions on this?
Yes.
So that was in council's prerogative?
Yes.
So we set to 21 conditions that we have in front of us. And was child care ever part of those conditions back in 2015?
Child care was not specifically mentioned.
They were not. Okay, thank you. So we sent that off to the province and the OLG, and they went out with these 21 conditions attached for an RFP. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Good. So now that it has come back, we've got a proponent, an operator to operate here. Staff have negotiated our community benefits agreement and meeting the 21 conditions. It is your opinion that these conditions have been met?
Yes, it's the staff's opinion that the conditions have been met.
Thank you. Do you believe that this is a strong community benefits agreement?
Through the Speaker, the targets included in the agreement are very significant, certainly exceeding other like agreements in the City of Toronto.
Through you, Madam Speaker, to staff, I assume in the work you have put out on these 21 conditions, you have looked at other casinos in North America. Have you seen a community benefits agreement to this caliber in any other district?
The American context is very different. They are much further ahead in the use of community benefit agreements. Certainly in the Canadian context, the kinds of targets that have been set are setting a new benchmark.
All right. Thank you. Setting a new benchmark. I have a question through you, Madam Speaker, to economic development in particular, because this project will be an incredible investment in the local economy as well as, Toronto's economy. How many jobs is this development set to create just in phase one?
On a net basis to the city and on a full-time equivalent, it will be about 800 jobs.
800 jobs, and that's just right at the beginning. But as this project rolls out and the full scale, do you believe that there would be thousands of more jobs?
It'd be double in terms of rolling out the other phases in terms of the hotels that are brought there.
Do you believe the economic investment that this will have in the Northwest will be a game changer for the city and our community specifically?
Certainly has the potential to be that.
Right, and do you believe this could be a catalyst for development and more jobs in our community?
Again, it would be has the potential to do that. We don't know how it'll roll out, and as has been discussed already, we don't know what, in a public context, what WEG is planning, but certainly has the potential, Councillor.
Absolutely. Thank you. And then through you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to the appropriate staff, we talk about expanding transit in the Northwest, particularly extending the Finch LRT down 27. Does this project not make that much closer to becoming a reality and connecting the Northwest to the airport and the rest of the city?
Yes, currently, through you, Madam Deputy Speaker, sorry. The current plan for the LRT, which is under procurement from Finch West Station over to Humber College, the further extension of that LRT south from Humber College into the proximity of Woodbine and then onward to the airport, perhaps linking up with a new GO station, would significantly enhance the accessibility in that quadrant of the city.
Significantly enhanced. Thank you very much. And through you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, for my last question. If Council decides to amend the agreement, add conditions today, can all the benefits that have been answered on the floor of council for not only the community in North Etobicoke, but the Northwest and the City of Toronto, is there a chance that this could fail and we will not get anything? Does that open us up to risk?
So through the Speaker, if we are adding new conditions, we'd have to negotiate, we'd have to re-enter into negotiations with the service provider. Depending on the outcome of the negotiations, we'd have to report back to council on what they're willing to agree in terms of amending the terms. I can't speak, until we have those negotiations, it's hard for me to say whether we'd have a positive or a negative outcome there.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ford. Our next question is Councillor Troisi.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Would economic development staff agree that moving forward on the 21 conditions, expanded gaming and new development at 555 Rexdale Boulevard will create stronger business cases for investment in transit and housing, in particular the revitalization of TCHC sites like Jamestown that are outdated and need major investment?
I can't comment on the social housing aspect of the potential. I don't know who can.
If the possibility of additional affordable housing could be considered through the additional development on the lands to the west of the current site. Certainly under the city's the existing large sites policy in the official plan as a large site, we'd be looking for a significant contribution of affordable housing, yes.
Great, thank you. And just one other question. Are staff able to identify the agencies in North Etobicoke that were active voice throughout the consultation process for the Community Benefits Agreement?
There were a range of organizations and entities involved. We've certainly had a number of meetings with Toronto Community Benefits Network, and the network has deep connection in that local community. We also held a public meeting open to the broad public, and approximately 100, more than 100 individuals attended that meeting, as well as the local college and other agencies serving the local community.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Troisi. Next to question is Councillor Mihevc. And I will put on your microphone. There you go.
Yes, thank you. I don't remember the term until recently of the 21 conditions. How does one become a condition, and how does one not become a condition? And specifically, I'm wondering, this is kind of to public health, kind of to staff, city staff as well, is particularly the closure for 6 hours. That seemed to be a pretty strong motion that came at council. And then now I understand from other questions it's not a condition.
So my understanding, although it does predate me, is that you had asked for mitigation measures through the Board of Health, and we brought them forward based on what was in the literature. Some of those were moved into conditions through council, and some were not. The main one that was not being open 24 hours, and our recommendation was to be open 18, and it was council's decision not to include that.
So is there some report that says these are the 21 conditions and we as council have to negotiate around that? I remember when we had the debate, it was for or against, and there were all these things, make sure this, make sure this, make sure this, and now they're being kind of almost biblical text. These are the 21 conditions.
The 2015 report, attachment 1 included the 20 conditions, and then council chose to add an additional condition related to labor peace.
I see. Okay. We're around the wearing my poverty reduction hat around the jobs. What was the condition around jobs, both in terms of jobs that would service the local residents and jobs that were full-time living wage jobs? What was the language around that?
In the current report before council? In the recommended term
first,
sheet?
what was the condition that was in that document?
There was no specificity in the conditions identified in 2015. That was the work subsequent to 2015 to identify.
Okay, and right now you have like, what is it, how many new hires from the local community?
In terms of head count, 4,600 new hires, of which 50% will be full-time jobs, 40% will be social and or local hires, and a minimum of that, minimum of 20% has to be local hire. There are also requirements on the construction employment.
How long will the requirements of the CBA be in effect?
Until they're met, but until full build-out, because the targets apply to the full employment numbers at full operations.
Not just for the casino, but it's for the planning, the housing, and all those other pieces as well?
For the phase one.
For phase one.
And we anticipate, depending on approvals and how the process proceeds, full operations, and we would be able to measure achievement on those hard targets by 2022. And the term
but it's only for phase one. This is only for phase one.
The term of the CBA is 22 years.
Oh, okay, 22 years. Okay, that was the quick answer. So, is there any mechanism to update them? Built in this agreement? Review them, update them?
I'll look to my legal and city manager colleagues. There are recommendations regarding changes in the city's ability to review.
Through the Speaker, they're currently in the CBA, there's no review provision included.
Okay, is there any mechanism to, oversight mechanism to enforce rather than to monitor?
Yes, we're proposing that the governance mechanisms include 3 tables, one of which will be the Community Steering Committee, which will be city convened and city chaired. And the purpose of that committee is to oversee the implementation of the Community Benefits Agreement over the life of the agreement, 20 years.
And if they do not adhere, what are there penalties? Does the document include penalties?
There are no penalties included in the CBA.
So at the end of the day, it's exhortations and pleas and pressures, I guess.
Through the Speaker, there will also be regular public reporting of achievement against the targets. There will be annual reports to Council.
Yes, but we don't have an enforcement tool. At the end of the day, if things get litigious, we don't have a tool of enforcement.
That's your last question.
Other than the land use approvals and the fact that the CBA has to be in good standing at the time at which land use approvals come forward.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mihevc. Next up for staff questions is Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Through you to staff, what's the value of the community benefits the casino operator is going to be providing? Do we have a value?
Through the Speaker, no, we haven't quantified. Many of the elements would be very difficult to quantify.
So there's no ballpark figure. One of my colleagues was mentioning earlier they thought it was $10 million.
I'm not aware of a figure. That's not something that staff have quantified at this point.
Okay, and one of the many reports that I've read on different casinos, pro and anti, they talk about social costs to the municipality that's hosting a casino in terms of social services and different supports. Do we have any idea what the cost of that will be if we're having a casino in Woodbine?
Through the Speaker, that assessment has not been done, and it's not part of the ongoing monitoring.
Okay, but that's not something we would do as a municipality, determine that this is what's going to cost us in terms of social costs, policing, to support issues around a casino in a municipality, if there are any?
Through the Speaker, there has been initial discussion with different city operating divisions and agencies. We've not been able to quantify ahead of operation and ahead of understanding the operation of the casino. We've not been able to quantify those costs. We will be monitoring and reporting back on any significant cost implications.
Will that be within the realm of this, or do you need a motion to do that, or is that just something you're going to do as a matter of due course?
Through the Speaker, that's a recommendation in the report.
Okay, All right, and then the casino fees that the city are expecting to receive, is there a dollar value on that?
Through the Speaker, we currently receive about $16 million in hosting fee revenue. We anticipate that as a result of the first phase of the development, we'll receive an incremental $2 to $3 million. And then once the full build-out is made, roughly 4 years from now, that will increase by about $10 million. So our estimate upon full build-out will be roughly $26 million.
So annually, we're going to get $26 million in fees from the casino?
As compared to the $16 million that we currently get.
Okay, and just out of curiosity, parking penalties, how does that compare to the City of Toronto? Our parking penalties, what do we get with all the unassociated costs?
So that revenue fluctuates, but it's in the order of between $90 to $100 million annually.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And Mr. Williams, I just want to follow up on your questions that Councillor Ford was asking earlier. So you said that the casino, you're looking at 800 employees.
800 full-time equivalents net to the economy is after phase one.
Okay. And I just wanted to point you, when we had this debate a couple of years ago, maybe I'll refresh your memory, I sent you a report that was done in the Buffalo area on casinos in the United States. And one of the things that they pointed out in this report was that for every 3 video slot machines in a casino, the money that leaves the local economy, for every 3 slot machines, you can expect to lose 2 jobs in the local economy annually.
So I tried to address this issue earlier. We are saying that 1/3 of the jobs are net increase to the economy. 1/3 of the full-time equivalents are a net increase to the economy. That means 2/3 are not an increase. So there is a shifting of jobs around. What we don't know is where that is within the GTA or outside the GTA. And we also don't know that since this is over time, there will be growth in the economy, and some of that will be diverted to that. So it's hard to pin down the equation that you just described.
Okay.
And I also indicated in many of the U.S. cases, and certainly in downtown Toronto, it was easier to speculate on where those jobs would have been pulled out of because of the location of the convention center. With this location, these jobs will be spread out all across the city, and they will be commingled with growth. It's going to be very hard to pin that down.
Right, because in this report where it examines the greater Buffalo area, when it came up with that number, it talks about the amount of money that comes out of the local economy, and it says for each slot machine, this is in 2011 American dollars, $53,863.
That was your last
per
question.
machine out of the local economy.
And that probably, I have no reason to quarrel with the Buffalo number. We have no ability to calculate the same number here.
Thank you. Councillor Hart.
Thank you, Speaker. Just a couple of quick questions for the City Manager. Council has set 21 conditions, and those conditions have been met. I believe you have said that repeatedly, so you don't have to answer that question. Is this, as part of the entire process, though, we also have the ability to make some changes through the zoning bylaw. Would any proponent expect that to be happening at this stage or not? Is this something they might anticipate or perhaps not?
Through the Speaker, I just want to distinguish between the zoning bylaw and the subdivision. Both of those matters are in front of Council. The zoning bylaw, we've given notice for the zoning bylaw. So if Council wanted to go beyond what we've given notice for, we would have to go back through the process in order to do that, to give proper notice if Council wanted to add something that wasn't in that zoning bylaw. And all that's in front of Council right now is to add tables to the zoning bylaw, I believe, and maybe some tweaks on the parking. But other than that, that is what's in front of Council for the zoning. What is also in front of Council is the subdivision. The subdivision is a much broader scope. It's dealing with laying down a plan of streets and blocks, a new public park, other dedications, and all of the provisions that require the appropriate servicing of this area. So that's the package in front of Council. I would say that it's conceivable. I think the word the city solicitor used, that Council may choose to add something to the subdivision conditions, but it would be, we would have to be very clear about what that was and how that was playing out. I can't stand here and guarantee that everything that council would want to do through those subdivision authorities would be desirable or appropriate without seeing what that is.
Okay, that's answered my other question. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Holliday, questions?
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I think my questions are for the acting Deputy City Manager, Mr. Herr Baxter. I just wanted to zoom in on this notion of childcare. I've been struggling to understand exactly how it's been defined. I sat through the meetings, I asked questions of many speakers, and I got different response about what childcare meant to them. Anything from a facility, a built thing, an endowment to create a space, all the way to the other end of the spectrum of the employer providing the direct benefit of childcare. In your discussions with the service provider, how did you define childcare?
I was not in discussions with the childcare on this particular issue, but in terms of providing childcare, our preference is also always to provide licensed group care within the community that could serve a number of residents and technically a number of employers. And we do that based on a detailed analysis that you'll see when we bring forward the childcare capital, the plan that looks at the child population, the services available right down to the neighbourhood level. And as we heard earlier, our goal over the next 10 years is to have enough space to address 50% of the child population.
Right, so your report talked, or the report talked a lot, the supplemental report talked a lot about the distribution of child care in the area, and the opening of the questions, the first question was about child care. And I would say that those were around the theme of the creation of a child care center within the community. Is that the, I guess, the approach of staff, that child care in this area in terms of a community benefit is a physically built child care center somewhere within the community that serves both the community residents and any casino workers that want to use those services?
Yes, that would be correct, and that is an area of the city that is technically underserved compared to other areas of the city.
So would it be fair to say that a constructed child care center within the community is parallel and complementary to the city's goals and objectives with respect to child care and our strategy to providing child care?
Yes, it would be.
Any idea what it would cost to build a child care center, the capital outlay?
We're finding that without the cost of land, they're coming in at between $4 and $5 million right now, closer to $4.5 million.
4.5 million, so that's to physically configure a space.
Yes, and that excludes the cost of land.
Okay, does that include the building shell maybe?
It would be for building and equipping the site.
And equipping the site, but that has nothing to do with operations?
No.
Okay, maybe this is maybe for the city manager's office, but the letters that came in, especially recently from the Toronto Community Benefits Network, talked about OGGLP will provide funding and space for extended child care for Woodbine employees. In the view of the city manager's office, is that different than building a physical space that would serve the broader community? Is that a different ask? And maybe I'd say, in my view, it sounds awfully different.
I think what we're trying to differentiate is a community-based childcare center that would serve the general area, which may or may not include the casino, versus an employee-based childcare that would be within the facility and would specifically serve children of employees. And that would be something that we would look towards the operator to be providing. Our priority would be for the community base that would serve a broader population.
Sorry, could you repeat that last part? Because there's a bit of chatter in here. Your priority is, of the two models, one being the employer-based childcare for the employees versus a community model of a community-based childcare center available to everybody in the community. Which of those two would be your preferred approach and your recommended approach?
In terms of putting public dollars into it, it would be the community-based approach, which is much more equitable in terms of access. There may well be a demand for an employment-specific childcare, and we would generally leave that to the employer to figure out how that specific industry wish to provide the service.
And given it's a union-based collective bargaining environment, would the establishment of a child care benefit for employees be something that would typically go through that process?
I'm not sure what your question
is.
Well,
so I'll repeat it. Yeah, so if child care is a benefit for the employees directly, and this is a collective bargain environment, would the establishment of a child care benefit for employees be typically created through an employer bargaining group discussion?
I think there's all kinds of options and approaches to that, but in a situation like this, if it was a benefit to employees, meaning that the employer was covering a portion or all of the costs, yes, it could go through that process or any other corporate process for putting policies and procedures in place.
That was your last question. Thank you. Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question's for Mr. Williams. In terms of the business case for this, the business of gaming and gambling, what's the current customer count or patron count at Woodbine Racetrack? Do you have anything like that? Do you know how many people go through there?
No, we don't have that number.
We don't have that number. Do we know? So if we don't have that number, we don't know how many people are going to be going through in the future once this is done.
I can get you that before the debate is finished.
The reason is that, so I'm going to turn my question to Mr. Brillinger then, because we talked about, there was some discussion about problem gambling. And it says, CAMH says that 1.7% of gamblers self-identify as having a problem. And did you make a statement earlier that we would be monitoring it, or we're going to somehow have some sort of involvement in helping people who get addicted to gambling?
So through the Speaker, within the conditions, especially 19, 20, and 21, there are what are called responsible gambling measures that provide supports for individuals who are self-identifying as having a problem or whose staff working in the facility identify need support. So that's within the conditions that are set up. In terms of the 1.7%, it's a difficult number to be precise about because self-report is not the most accurate measure of any statistic.
Would you say it's probably low?
I can't say because it would take a whole series of studies to really determine that within currently the GTA or within Ontario.
I would think if it's, I mean, hypothetically, I would think if it's self-reported, it's probably low. But so we don't have any. So given that we don't know the number of patrons that are going through Woodbine right now, nor do we know the number of patrons that will go once this is fully developed, we don't have any idea of the extent of the possible problem or possible number of gamblers that are having problems, that will have problems.
So through the Speaker, in the earlier part of this debate, the staff that have worked most closely on this mentioned that there is a recommendation related to monitoring, and the question there was what we would see in terms of city services, and clearly that's an option of staff working throughout all the city services that folks might avail themselves of to notify you of any changes that they see.
Do you foresee having city services on site? No.
It depends what services you're thinking of. There are various measures within the responsible gambling measure list. They're used throughout Ontario that provide support either directly on-site or that direct folks to services that they can avail themselves of outside of the site.
Is that is responsibility for that a provincial responsibility or a municipal responsibility?
Through the Speaker, in the situation that we're in right now, it's a combination because we have this set of conditions that have been developed in conjunction with the provincial partners, but the provincial partners already have a set of what they call responsible gambling measures that they have in all gambling facilities throughout the province.
Okay, so do we as a city at this point in time take any measures or provide any services for people who have self-identified as having a gambling problem?
I think we'd leave that to our folks in social. It's not that specific, but the programs in social services are for individuals that are experiencing any type of addiction.
Well, no, but I'm specific to gambling. I mean, there's only limited opportunities to gamble within the City of Toronto. But so I guess the answer is no. Is that correct? That right now we do not have. Well, I mean, we have services, but we don't have any specific services to address the needs of people with problem gambling.
I would say that as specific as you're prescribing it right on site and as they're self-identified, that no.
But there are recommendations here that may lead us to develop that? or no?
Through the Speaker, the responsible gambling measures that are both municipally and provincially developed are there to support individuals on the site as they are experiencing challenges or to give them advice on prevention. So those are measures that are within the package that you're looking at.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks for the answers.
Thank you. Councillor Burnside.
Thank you. Through you, from the perspective of jobs, how will and I'm not sure who the staff member would be, but how would TESS be involved in this, or are they?
They are.
Not at all.
Well, they should be. Yeah, they're part of it. We'll say,
Through you, Madam Speaker, we have developed a pathway for construction jobs called Construction Connections. So certainly we'll be very involved with the hiring and training of apprenticeships that will be on a pathway to those construction jobs. In addition to that, we will be working with the local community around making connections between the job availability and assessing the clients that we have and the residents in that area and connecting them with the jobs available.
Okay, so a follow-up question. In terms of when you mentioned the clients you have, through the Speaker, who are these clients? Is it anyone? Do you have to be on Ontario Works? Is it like, how does that?
It will be residents. The agreement talks about residents of the area, local hires. So we'll be very focused on local hires. That will include Ontario Works clients, but also other clients.
How are they being funded?
Okay, thank you. Thank you. What do you mean?
Thank you. Okay, so I think we don't have time, so we'll recess to 6:30. Yes, we're going to recess to 6:30.